Right, we're good.
All right.
It's really nice to see all of you without the square box around you. Listen, we're happy to welcome you here this morning in person in Ottawa. We're here today. We've put on hard clothes, what I like to call hard clothes, to participate in session 2 of our two-part forum today with women and 2SLGBTQI+ veterans. Last week we met virtually, and of course this morning, really pleased that you came and found parking and are here with us this morning. So my name's Jackie Wills, and my pronouns are she, her, and I prefer elle en français because it's way classier. I am the Executive Inclusion Officer at Veterans Affairs Canada. I have always been the new kid. I've always been the different looking kid. So having a inclusive space is really important to me today. Kristen.
Tough act to follow. My name is Kristen Landry. My pronouns are she, her, and elle. It does not sound nearly as beautiful as when Jackie says it because I'm not nearly as French. So it's tough act to follow. I'm a veteran service team manager with the Halifax area office in Nova Scotia, and we are very pleased to be here today. So thank you again for joining us. And yeah, it's lovely to see all of you and to have the opportunity to do this in person. So I'm looking forward to a great day and a great event.
Okay, listen, before we get started, my 4-year-old niece FaceTimed me this morning, as she often does when she's within reach of a phone. And she said, green means go, when she saw my dress. So that is your cue. When you see Kristen and I up here, that is your cue that something is transitioning, something is happening. We're switching modes in the day's events. So we'll make sure we keep the flow going.
All right, so we'd like to advise that this event will be recorded. We hope to use this recording to inform future events, as well as be key components for formal reporting on the outcome of the forum. To begin our forum, I would like to welcome back Elder Annie Smith St. George.
Elder Annie Smith St. George is an Algonquin traditional elder of Algonquin territory. We are honored to have Elder Annie return today to continue to lead us and provide a cultural connection to us on our journey during this forum. Today, Elder Annie will be leading us in an opening prayer and smudge ceremony. Smudging is traditionally a ceremony for purifying and cleansing the soul of negative thoughts of a person or place.
Quick. Hi. We're not behind the scenes. I see everybody now. It's Zoom is very different. Everybody's windows is closed and you don't get to see everybody. I'm so happy to see you all. Robert, this is Robert, my husband. We've been married for 51 years. You didn't see him on Zoom. But
I do the background work.
yeah, he does the lighting of the fire for me because it's something that usually men do is they're the fire keepers. And when a smudge goes up, the little fire keeper does that too. There's a lot of things in culture that is different from different nations. I was offered Nasema Miigwech. And as we start, Annie Smith St. George, Kishkwan Kwatnatikas, Kitaganji Bionjiba. Nikujimin wenda mo mogi kwewa nini wa kakina wia ko sunchima lokum. Chigjami gwech. Nichigijamin wendam. Bisha shikakina. Anishnaabe algonkina ki. Mega. I'm Annie Smith St. George. Kishkwanakwat. Actually, Jaco Kishkwanakwat. That would be too long.
I have to mention that Kishkwanakwat is her original name. And what it means is quite interesting. First, when the storm starts, the first lightning, that's Kishkwanakwat. She starts every day.
I welcome you on the Anishinaabe Algonquin territory in person. Nigach, for being here. I'm very honored to be here. Ça fait plaisir de vous accueillir sur le territoire algonquin Anishinaabe. Yeah, all the time with many years, my great-grandparents, great, and great. I mean, I could say about several generations back, maybe 9 generations that I'm here on the territory. Myself, my ancestors occupied the territory. As if you have time to look around, to go to museums, or to go around to look around the area where Rideau Falls is and things like that, you will find the Pinanesi Road, which is my great, few generations down. I'm direct generation down to the Pinesi, which was a grand chief. C'était le grand chef. When we start, would you like to introduce yourself sometimes?
I'm the second violin of the family.
No.
I used to make violin anyway.
A little bit of laughing does good.
I'm part native and part French and part Welsh. My grandmother is a half Mohawk, and I have a Ojibwe ancestry and Algonquin ancestry, and I'm married to an Algonquin. And we have kids that are Status Indian and so on. So we've been quite a bit in government in the past as well. I worked at Indian Affairs, I worked at Canadian Heritage, and I worked at Human Resource Development. I'm a program person, program officer, program director, and evaluation consultant and stuff in the past. Not anymore. Sometime. Anyway.
And before we start, and I do the prayer, the acknowledgement, the prayer, will get you. History was removed from us many times. In the wellness room where I was a while ago, we were looking at gender balance. What's the meaning of gender balance in our way, at least in our way here? Gender balance was equal. We stood as equal, men and women. We stood as equal, and our philosophy and our thinking is that when somebody was different and looked different, or maybe was disabled, there was really everybody took part to take care for a disabled person. And it was just, they had a gift of the Creator that was different. No, when they had different genders, they were not excluded from the circle. They were they had different roles, and also was not excluded nowhere. They were a part of the Anishinaabe group or family. They would grow into families. And there was no discrimination. There were gifts. They were considered gifts. from the Creator. They didn't discriminate anybody in that circle because everything and anything on this earth is all equal. We are no different than anything else. We're all humankind that live together on earth. It's when the religions and the other ways of thinking that came in, then we started to be condemned of who we were, as even practicing a smudge, a cleansing, as even talking about it. We weren't able before 1985. When I said we were going to go back in a little history, it became, then the Indian Act came into force, and it influenced a lot of our people, and it belittled the women, because when the non-Aboriginal women came into this part of the country, the North America, we were equal. We were not downgraded as women. In fact, women was elevated. And even to this day, and it is through our culture and our dances and our ways. We haven't lost that. But in those days, women didn't have a soul. And now the indigenous woman had less, had none. We were nothing. And it's only in the 60s, really, that women started to get recognized, in around in the 50s, 60s, and it may be earlier than that. But I mean, hey, that's a long, we only started to get recognized, and not even fully recognized as gender, as equal genders. So it really changed because our culture was equal, man and woman. That's why he is the firekeeper. That's the men's role, but women do it too. Okay, we were not stopped to do whatever we had to do to keep our families warm. And also in water, the water keepers is important as well. Women take care of water. And so these things has been removed from us from a long, long time. And now if my father would have done this at this much, or even what I'm doing today, he'd probably go to jail. And I remember I was talking since 1985, it was corrective measures. If you wanted to go to war, you had to enfranchise. You had to declare that you were not Native anymore. You had to sign off the reserve. They actually literally put you off the reserve if you wanted to go to war, if you wanted to become a doctor, a lawyer, or anything. We had to sign away. When I married Rivera, Métis, I was put out. The minute I signed the paper, I was told to leave with nothing. And then finding yourself, and even a person that has had to sign out because they want to do something of their themselves, like be a doctor or even being a veteran or going to war, they had to sign out. Imagine signing out to be able to do something and not being, and you become a nobody in Canada. Being an Indigenous woman, losing my Indian rights. At that time, I was neither Native, neither white. Where was I? I was a nobody. And I became a nobody. And so it was very hard to have no identity in Canada. I couldn't go on one side and I couldn't go on the other side. And there was no human rights, charter of rights for us neither back then. So I couldn't go to them either. We were unprivileged. The Indian women were unprivileged. And the one that had lost their status, they became non-status. What is a non-status? A non-nothing? A non-nothing? No, we are all somebody. We all come from somewhere, you see? And so this is a bit of history that still in 1985 changed. Yes, the one that enfranchised got their status back. But the Indian woman, in part, only in part, still discriminated upon. Now we're going into another era, which was inclusiveness. And the inclusiveness was, as I was saying, that in our culture, our ways, nobody really, if you were different, it's okay. It was a gift. That's the way you were made. The Creator made you like that. You were not judged. That's our ancestors' way. And it's now we're talking about all these things again and again and again. And so, you know, we shouldn't be. We should be all inclusive. We're all human. It's only the Creator that, and the way our belief is only the Creator that knows who that person is. The heart, the heart of that person. The person's being. Is he a good person, bad person? Is the good medicine or the bad medicine, which would call in our language?
We always say that the longest road for human being is from the mind to the heart, vice versa.
Yeah, that's the longest road for humankind. Just think about it. And so, yes, there's all these changes of reconciliation and call to action. But I think it's time now to call to action and take action. I think it's time to take action. What do you think, everybody here? Yes, let's take action. Move forward.
And it's time that every individual select the actions they want to do and they start it. And they plan it.
They
and
plan it.
time frames and stuff like this. But we have to think out of the box in there, not just think out of the box, get out of the box.
Well, jump out of the box. Let's say that. Just jump out of the box. Don't think about it.
You don't really have to ask people the permission to do something of that nature. You just do it as an individual or as a group of people that you collectively have the same ideas and same ways of dealing with stuff. So it's just doing it. Yeah, and there's no time frame. You just start it.
Yeah.
You select what you
So,
want to do individually and collectively, and you do it.
and you do it. You just do.
Words are important, but they're just words. We've been talking about reconciliation for the past 15 years. And we're still just looking at the words, you know?
And
I'm
we
gonna
were,
shock some people here too. When they say we're negotiating nation to nation in this country, we hear that often. Since when's a nation impose its constitution on another nation? Those are serious words. Words are important.
yeah. So we have to move on to take an action. And this is a good place to start, a new beginning, a new start. Now, when we start something, we always thank the Creator. And if everybody wants to stand, this is an honor. This is honor. Because this day and age, we do need a lot of reflection on what the earth is going to look like in the next little while. And with all the talks and the people hurting and Mother Earth suffering, we got to take a look at humankind and the ones that had to go out there and face horror sometimes and did it. And we have to honor the people that took that decision too as well. And saw horror, human horror, children, nation. And as we start Je demande le Créateur de nous aider. Miigwech chikjamanito. Miigwech on Jesus, the big Jesus, idikoshak. E pechishak, now gatek. Gigonzak, Aisisak, Nibi, Nicham. Mashkiki weno abichtoen. Chikjamigwech on jakakinaki on Janiniwat. The regiment, the widow coming. Kakina, we are Jud. Was Sunjuma Jojo, Jimega. Abno Jishak, a Kakina Guch. Chayawik. Chikjamigwech on Je Metukak, Nodan, Ishkuder, a Kakina Guch. We get home. Kakina. Nichum, Nikawisman, Meka. I thank the Creator, je remercie le Créateur, for the sun, le soleil, qui brille, qui nous fait penser aujourd'hui, c'est à nouveau une nouvelle journée, un nouvel commencement, chaque jour, chaque moment. Que c'est un nouveau commencement, mes coachs. Aussi la lune, the moon, that influences the women. Ça influence les femmes qui naissent les enfants. Miigwech, the one that gives birth to humankind. We have the gift, the mothers, the women. We honor Miigwech. Also the star world, the bird life, the cat bat, all the four-legged that give us food that we could eat we could nourish our bodies, Miigwech. Also the water we drink, the fish we eat, from the soft waters to the big rivers and to the oceans. Miigwech, Chikjamanito, Miigwech. I asked the Creator, je demande le Créateur où je suis, de vous garder en sécurité, de vous aider aussi, et vous donner la force, to give you the strength, physical force, emotional support, émotion, la force émotionnelle, et la force intellectuelle, intellectual strength, mental strength, et l'état spirituel, l'état moral chez toi, the moral or the spiritual within you, your heart, the fire in you, as the sun, the heart, the fire, the core of the earth. We are in the center, each and every one of us. I thank the Creator for all the gifts we have, even us being here today in His beautiful garden, Jojoaki, le jardin de Sauveté. De tout, on vient d'un environnement différent. We come from different environments, different gifts, different ways, different culture. I thank the Creator for all of us being here. We are the final touch final de la Terre. We've got a mind to think. On a pensée de penser en bien, d'ouvrir notre pensée, to be able to think openly, to receive openly. The beauty of the eye, to could see beauty. The hearing capacity, to hear in beauty and to hear anything beautiful. Speak in good. Open our hearts so we can feel others' pains. La douleur des autres. To understand each other. All our emotions, humankinds live as we stand in circles. I thank the Creator. Je remercie le Créateur pour tout ce qu'il nous donne. And to understand each other's culture. In this room, we have different cultures. The beauty is that we are so different from one another. And the beauty is we're so individual. Every one of us is individual and unique and special. And we carry such gifts that sometimes we could share and help another person. The culture of each other. If there was only one tree, imagine. See, if it's just an arbre, serait plate. It would be boring on earth. If there was only one flower, imagine would be even more boring. No, in this beautiful garden, there's not one petal the same, not one snowflake the same. And we are that snowflake. We are that petal of beauty. We're very honored to be here, Rivera and I. We walk together. Of course, we are different.
We don't run much anymore.
And we are different. And laughter is very important. Do have fun while you're here. Me, Guacha, we were honored to be here. Ça fait plaisir d'être ici aujourd'hui, d'ouvrir cette session en personne. Puis on va se revoir. En algonquin, on dit,
Nigawabman.
Negawapman, Manawach, Miigwech. Have a nice time here. Okay?
Joy.
Enjoy life and laugh. That's us. Resilience is laughter. Yay.
Nice. People are coming in still. Thank you so much, Elder Annie. We appreciate you opening this event and welcoming us to the unceded. I'm really, really terrible at this word, and I apologize if I say it incorrectly. Anishinaabe, Algonquin territory and smudging to help us remember, connect, and be grounded in today's event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elder Annie, for reminding us of the beautiful gift of difference this morning. Thank you so much. Okay, before we move forward with today's event, I'd also like to have us start from a place of sincere gratitude. I would like to ask you to join me in a moment of silence to honor the sacrifices of the many who have fallen in the service of their country, and to acknowledge the courage of Canadian Armed Forces and Royal Canadian Mounted Police veterans who served and continue to serve today. What can we expect from today? We are going to spend, Kristen, the afternoon, sorry, Kristen, yours is way better. Like, I got this small iPad. I don't know who I'm fooling. I can't see. I don't have my glasses on. I'm trying to show off.
Before today, she was using paper.
Yeah.
And got made fun of a little bit, so.
Okay. So we're going to spend the day together in a series of panels, discussions, and conversations with and about women and 2SLGBTQI+ veterans and their families. Throughout today, we'll engage in conversations about how veteran identities contain many layers, each with their own opportunities and challenges. We'll discuss how VAC develops collaborative partnerships, engages with community partners, communicates about underrepresented veterans, and how we are working towards health equity. We will end today by bringing together senior leaders from across VAC and CAF-DND to discuss what they have learned and heard from the forum and how it might inform our work going forward.
I'd like to introduce some people in the room and online, so our audience has an idea who will be joining us today. I'm sorry that I can't introduce everyone that's in this audience today, but again, thank you for being here. So I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues from Veterans Affairs here with us. We have Paul Ledwell, the Deputy Minister of Veterans Affairs, and Ken McKillop, Associate Deputy Minister of Veterans Affairs as well. Thank you for being here. We'll be joined later today by the Honorable Lawrence McCauley, Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence.
We'll also be joined by a number of our colleagues from the Department of National Defence and Canadian Armed Forces. I understand that Commander Bouchard is going to join us, as well as Colonel Helen Wright, and we are thrilled to have them with us to continue their commitment to these conversations. We would also like to note that we are joined by a number of our valued stakeholders that represent women and 2SLGBTQI+ veterans, as well as we're joined today by CAF and RCMP veterans with lived experience from coast to coast to coast. I think we've got about 140 people who've joined us online, and we cannot thank you enough for your attendance here today. We know that joining online in hybrid events also poses its own challenges, so we appreciate you being here. And we hope that these panels are just the beginning of a long and continued conversation about advancing presented veterans.
And of course, I'd also like to introduce the members of the Forum Planning Working Group. If you're in the room and able, we'd like to ask you to stand, please. That's great. Thank you. Thank you for all your work that you've done for today.
Over the past several months, Veterans Affairs Canada has engaged a group of external representatives made up of diverse women and 2SLGBTQI+ veterans, stakeholder groups, and researchers to work as part of the forum planning. So again, nous aimerions remercier les membres de ce groupe pour leurs nombreuses heures travaillées, leurs expertises, leur dévouement et leur engagement à assurer la réussite de ces activités. The forum planning working groups often is a thankless job, excuse me. So your hard work did not go unnoticed.
And I just want to touch on a brief but important note on terminology for today. The phrase women and 2SLGBTQI+ veterans is intended to be inclusive of gender and sexual diversity and encompasses transgender and non-binary persons. So 2SLGBTQI+ is two-spirited, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex, and the plus reflects the countless ways in which people choose to identify. Multiple identity factors makes us who we are, and the experiences veterans are affected by intersecting identity factors. These include and are not limited to race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, religion, age, neurodiversity, and disabilities. Veterans Affairs Canada is committed to ensuring policy development, program design, and delivery is inclusive through using an intersectional approach to our analysis. Today's engagement is intended to be safe and a welcoming space to all. Be respectful towards individual differences with a common goal of enabling equity.
To that end, if you would like to include your pronouns on your name tag, please feel free to do so. I took mine off because I had visions of being caught on this microphone, but I encourage you to wear your name tag and include your pronouns if you so choose. I got the housekeeping section again.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, it's because I like a very tightly made bed. Okay, a few housekeeping notes before we begin. We've organized this event to be as inclusive and as accessible as possible, both virtually and in person. So no pressure, Kristen, this is being broadcast. The broadcast is offered in English and French, as well as ASL and LSQ, which includes simultaneous translation. For those joining us virtually, please feel free to use the Zoom webinar Q&A feature to ask questions of the panelists or share your comments and feedback. For those of us in person in Ottawa, of course, we're not going to get away without using a device today. We've set up comments and feedback.
So as Jackie mentioned, we have over 140 people attending the forum virtually today. So our moderators may not be able to respond to everything in the Q&A. If there's time in our panel throughout the day, we're hoping to select questions from this Q&A to add to the discussion. We'd like to stress that your participation is important and valued, and all the content collected throughout the forum will be used to inform future forums and the work for Veterans Affairs. Your participation is voluntary and completely confidential, so please do not include any personal or identifiable information.
We have several breaks planned today. Today's going to be a hard day, heavy day. So please take breaks. If you're going to use the facilities, they are clearly marked on this level. I do know my left from my right. In this room, they are to my left on this floor. Also, when you come off the elevators, they are both to the left and right. So please feel free to use the washroom that is most appropriate for you. And I know I can count on this group to be very respectful. For those of you joining us in person, we are really happy to be gathered in smaller numbers today as we learn to continue to live with COVID-19. We have protective measures are available, though not mandatory. We encourage you to distance as much as possible at tables. We have hand sanitizers, masks. We've limited the high touch share points. So we ask that you please do your part to limit the spread of infection and be respectful. I think that everyone has a different comfort level as we move into this living with COVID time. And I know we can rely on each other to be respectful of everyone's comfort levels. There is also a photographer on site. It is not my niece trying to do selfies with you. If you prefer not to be photographed, please let my colleagues know at the registration desk, and you'll get a sticker for your name tag to signify that you don't wish to be photographed.
And I just want to make note that the slide was up there. So if you didn't get the chance to see it, there we go, there. You can put that in order to join. Some of the topics today that will be discussed may be difficult or upsetting. If you're a veteran, former RCMP member, their family member or caregiver, and need to speak with someone, the VAC assistance line is available to you at 1-800-268-7708. This confidential and free service is available 24/7 and allows you to speak to a mental health professional right away. For those of you joining us in Ottawa, we do have a designated wellness room, staffed with mental health professionals, clear elevators. If you go to your right, it's just around the corner there if you need. Feel free to use this quiet space for privacy if you require mental health supports. Lastly, we've had an outpouring of interest from veterans that want to share their story today. Today, VAC will be conducting a handful of interviews with some of the veterans that have volunteered. But if you are interested in adding your name to that list for future interviews, please let the registration desk right outside the door know.
Okay. Moving, Kristen. Now to keep, we're gonna keep moving on. I'd like to introduce Christine Hutchins. Christine, where are you? Hi, Christine. She is going to moderate our first panel this morning. And the first panel, we're really hoping to continue to drive our open and meaningful conversations around veterans who experience multiple marginalizations. So you might be asking, what does multiple marginalizations mean? Much easier to read that on this iPad. Thank you for that, Kristen. For this conversation, multiple marginalizations means the experience of being discriminated against because of two or more identity components: misogyny, racism, homophobia, colonialism, transphobia, ageism, and other prejudices. These can overlap and result in harmful assumptions, systemic barriers, and specific needs.
The fact that this conversation, which is rooted in Black feminist theory, is taking place halfway through Black History Month is not lost on us. Without further ado, I'd like to invite Christine and her panel members to the stage, please. And LGBTQ2 veterans. You might also know that Christine is a veteran herself with 21 years of service, and she brings that experience with her to this office. Veterans with lived experiences today.
Thank you, Kristen. Working. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to say good morning to everyone and welcome to this first panel of today's event, and the first ones to get to play with the mics. So this might be new for many of us, including myself. So my name is Christine. My pronouns are she, her, and L. I am a cisgender woman. I'm a military spouse. I'm the daughter of a military veteran, come from a long history of military members in my family. And most importantly, I'm a veteran myself. So I served in the Reg Force for 21 years with the Canadian Armed Forces and the Army as a logistics officer, served in many bases, served outside Canada, went on overseas deployment, did command controller inspections anywhere we had Canadian troops deployed across the world, which was an amazing opportunity and a career I will never regret. So I joined in 1987. I retired in 2008 as a lieutenant colonel and quickly jumped right into the public service and have been there ever since. So I am very honored today to moderate this panel with some fellow veterans that I've gotten to know quite well in the last couple of days, which is amazing. So although we have all served in the Canadian Armed Forces, we each have our own unique story to tell. So I'm going to start with the first question. I'm going to ask each of the veterans to introduce themselves, share a little bit about who they are, tell you a little bit about their military experience, and then they're going to jump right into answering some questions for the panel. So first of all, we've heard and talked a lot about veteran identities in a plural sense during the virtual event that we had last week. So up until then, I've heard a lot about veteran identity and what is the veteran identity. And it was very clear there is no such thing as one single veteran identity. So first of all, we need to recognize that each of us are individuals first, and we all served in the Canadian Armed Forces. So we have some similarities, but more importantly, like all of you, we each have our differences. So my first question is really around how have your intersecting identities and your own military experiences shaped who you are as a veteran? And we're going to start with Joan.
Good morning. I'm honored to be here with this distinguished group of veterans. And thank you for the question. I'm Joan Buchanan. I go by the pronouns she and her. I'm a Jamaican. I'm a Canadian. I'm a mother. I'm a grandmother. I'm a Black woman. And I'm a Black Canadian veteran. I was a I was a resource management support clerk. And I served with the Canadian Forces I was posted to Chilliwack, served with the engineers. And I'm also in Winnipeg, sorry, with the in Winnipeg with 2PPCLI. I was deployed to Bosnia with the infantry, 2PPCLI. And then I came to Ottawa. And I was in the military for almost 27 years. I joined in 1987 and I retired as a sergeant in 2014. To address the question of intersectionality, my intersectionality is a challenge as a Black woman Canadian veteran. It's a mouthful. Because oftentimes I'm asked, did you serve? When I said I'm a veteran, they said, well, did you serve in the Jamaican Defense Force? No, I'm a Canadian. I serve with the Canadian Armed Forces. And why did you join the Canadian Armed Forces? As veterans, we're, remarkable people. We're dedicated and we choose to serve the Canadian Armed Forces. It's a choice. And I'm going to say February is Black History Month. And our theme this year is ours to tell, which goes with our forum. We all have a story to tell. And if we should all tell our stories, we'll be here for a very long time. And in order to identify as a veteran, it's the way society does, they have put, what does a veteran look like into a little box. And myself, looking at me, I don't fit in the little box they have created for us. So I identify as a veteran, and it just creates and help me to be more resilient.
And over to Catherine.
Thank you. I'm also. It is on, right? Okay. I'm also fighting with the whole glasses thing because I need to see you, but at the same time, I need to see my notes. But much like everybody else here, I'm a veteran as well. I spent over 32 years in the Canadian Forces, also joined in 1987. If nobody has noticed that coincidence. So did Dan. We served together. I served in the Army and my trade obviously, well, not obviously, was artillery. I served mainly in Canada in air defense and predominantly staff jobs. And I served a few years overseas in Los Angeles. So unfortunately, no overseas deployments. I'm going to just limit my self-description there because as part of identity, I, kind of trying to make a point here that generally we're defined by adjectives. And most of us probably, we have all those adjectives go along, even when you talk to a civilian, oh, you're military. That's an adjective, it describes you. In my case, military, officer, gunner, again, some people will probably laugh, staff weenie. The thing is I realized that I spent most of my career without actually having most of those adjectives applied to me, because most of my life and most of my career, I fit very neatly within that box. My transition and my life transition highlighted existing outside of the box. Adjectives such as purge survivor, woman, transgender, engineer, advocate. Those are the kind of adjectives which get applied to me now, or the ones that I use. For the longest time, I realized that I was seen only for my service. And that doesn't matter whether it's Veterans Affairs or within the CAF. Because people say, where did you serve? How long did you serve? In what way did you serve, like your occupation and whatnot? And living or existing outside of that box has grown me to see there's a need to advocate for the recognition of those differences. Fighting against normality, working to undo things such as colonialism, misogyny, cis heteronormativity. I'll be the first person to admit that I've had a lot of privilege in my life. Some of it just afforded by how I was seen for most of my life, my sex assigned at birth. I feel like I've done my best that I can in using the privilege that I have had, by rank, position, experience, to care for and protect those who are unable to.
Thank you, Catherine. So we're going to build on that and switch up the question a little bit for Tarek and Lynn. And I'm going to ask, how do you believe the public perception of diverse veteran identities has changed over time?
Morning, everyone. My name is Tarek Khatch. I'll just introduce myself first. I'm a gay Arab, raised Muslim. I'm from Toronto. I'm a social worker and a psychotherapist, have a practice there. I mainly see uniform members in my practice. I joined in 1997 in the reserves in the Armored Corps. Back then, believe it, when we had tanks, I was a tank driver and a tank commander to the rank of Master Corporal. And then following that, I joined the regular forces as a social work officer as a captain. And then I released in 2015 after 18 years. For the question, I believe that public perception of vets' identity has slowly changed since the 90s. During my time in the military, I was in the recruiting center. We had diversity recruiters because we needed them. And one thing I appreciated, we developed programs in the CAF for First People, Indigenous entry programs. We also went into communities, which I thought was very unique for a government organization to provide information. I really appreciated that exposure and that we did that in the military, but despite our efforts, we still don't represent the diversity in Canada. I really don't know what it is, but we don't. I was hoping after all of our efforts that would change, but public perception is garnished by exposure and experience. And seeing diversity in the military and hearing about diverse experiences will continue to influence public perception of diverse veterans. And so it's up to us in this room, I believe, to provide that knowledge, but I still think there's a lot of work to be done.
Thank you, Tarek. Now I'll turn it over to Lynn.
Thank you. My name is Lynn Goliker. She, her, they, them, il, elle. I also am Two-Spirit. I love the carpets on the floor, by the way. They speak to me loudly because of the swirls and curls. And if you know anything about Métis and Métis art and that, or into our First Nations, you would appreciate it very much. So, and the way it ties things together and can tie the world together as well. And that just makes me want to thank, and she's not here, but thank Elder Annie Smith St. George for her opening and speaking to some of that. Carpet sort of ties it together and brings it back to me. I served in the Canadian military. I joined a couple of years before my esteemed colleagues. I joined in 1976, a bit of split time, served 16 years and left the Canadian military in 1995. I guess I survived the purge in a sense. I wasn't kicked out because of my sexuality. I also identify as lesbian, by the way, and Two-Spirit. But I did lose a lot of people in that purge. And that's part of my trauma. I just want to say that. They just disappeared. Some of them are probably still alive today, but I don't know where they are. The military taught me many things. We could talk about all the good things, but I don't think it's good to talk about the good things today. But it taught me a lot of things that really I don't want to remember, but I am remembering. So I left the military and I went on to do education and became a professor, and now I teach. I'm a sociologist. And that was in 1995. And I've studied the Canadian military, not the VAC, but they're strange bedfellows, so it applies. For the subsequent I started in 1991, actually studying the Canadian military. And so it's about 30 years I've been studying the Canadian military and other institutions that are dominated by men as well. And so I've had the privilege to talk to this date, well over 200 individuals that served and are still serving the Canadian Armed Forces. So they're veterans now. Some of them are veterans, some of them are still wearing the uniform. So I've had that privilege, and I want to thank those people for sharing their stories with me. All of their stories and what it means for them to have served in the Canadian military and to be part of the back as well. And in part, those people are with me today. I can't divorce myself from them because their stories are with me. Some of them are not here today, so I wish they were. They're not here. And some of them are still in this world, so that is great. So I have the past, the present, and I look to the future for us to all work on the future together to make it a better place. The question of, do you believe the public perception of diverse veteran identities has changed over time? Well, I've never studied it, so I can't give you the scientific answer. But I will speak to a couple of things that happened. When I left the Canadian military in 1995, I wasn't a veteran, period. I didn't think of myself as a veteran. I didn't identify, and I don't think anybody else identified me as a veteran. But the two incidents that happened is in 2018, there was the LGBT purge class action settlement. I became a veteran overnight. So I want to just say that happened. And because of the LGBT Purge Fund and the people that are working with it, they've been offering things to enlighten everybody about that. And one of the ways that they've done that is encourage us, the ones that can, to volunteer to go to Remembrance Days and with the LGBT Purge wreath and to lay it. So I'm very thankful of that. And I think that's possibly started to change some things, the education around that. For all of a sudden, it broke out, and this group of people that were hugely discriminated against are now veterans. And I hope the ones that are out there that don't think they are can hear that as well. And if you are a veteran, you're part of that group, please pass it on to them as well, that they are truly veterans, because there's people that still think they are not veterans. The second incident that happened for me was, again, Remembrance Day. It was after 2015, well, 2018 is after 2015 as well. But I went to Remembrance Day in Sudbury, Ontario, just as myself before the 2018 happened. And I was wearing my Air Force wedgie. I was in the Air Force, none of the Army stuff for me. Although, you know, I contemplated it, but I was back to the Remembrance Day, and I had my wedgie on. It was really cold, so I had my big park on. I had a few medals on as well. And I sat in the audience, and then when everything was over and said and done, it was in a big arena, and I was walking out across the arena, and somebody stopped me and thanked me for my service. And I was really bowled over, I guess, just bowled over that. And to this day, I can't remember who thanked me, but I thank them for thanking me, because it changed in parts, you know, all these things change your lives. And then the second thing that happened, not so positive, back to this, the LGBT purge, helping us as LGBT purge veterans go to Remembrance Day and lay wreaths. That's what I did. I said I would. And again, so I volunteered, and the Rainbow Veterans organized it and did everything for me. So all I had to do is show up and lay the wreath, supposedly. But it was really difficult for me to do that. This is 2018, 2019. I can't remember the year. It was like I was walking into a battlefield almost. I don't know how to describe it. I didn't feel like I belonged there. I didn't feel like I could belong there. So it was really difficult. And there's, of course, there's a lot of uniforms running around, a lot of people running around, laying wreaths and all this. But during the wreath laying ceremony itself, we were last, and we were lumped together, and I don't know who it was with, another group. So 2 wreaths, 2 people went up, me, myself, and another person. The media was paying attention to everybody else in the lineup beforehand, you know, taking pictures and all that. So we laid our wreaths, the LGBTQ wreath got laid. It was announced, we not been laid, and it was just like we were an afterthought. It was over and done with. So I think there's, you know, the perception, well, there's layers, and we're peeling the onion back.
Thank you, Lynn.
So we're going to move to question 2. So on the virtual event last week, we heard General Burgoyne speak to a culture change of inclusion and the imperative for diversity in the Canadian Armed Forces recruitment. And this translates directly into diversity and specific needs in terms of our veteran population. So the question we have now is, what have you seen in terms of the evolution of institutional understanding of diversity and inclusion within CAF and D&D and Veterans Affairs Canada? And we're going to start with Catherine for this question.
Thanks again for the question. So I'm going to start with a quote a friend of mine gave a few years ago to me, but the fact that diversity is a fact, but inclusion is a choice. And I'm going, I think we've all recognized and society is recognized, and we try as hard as we can to recognize the diversity that already exists. But it's the action that Elder Annie talked about, which is the hard thing to do. I'm being frank here that VAC and D&D are changing, but the thing is, it's slow. There's been many positive changes, even in like the last 5-6 years. Things such as changes to dress regulations, changes to the defense advisory groups, programs such as Positive Space, being implemented in the CAF and D&D. Now, while they are critical, most of them, I guess it's your people's perception, but most of those are on the surface. They aren't necessarily translating into real culture change. Again, being very frank here, the CAF and by extension, VAC is behind society by years and even decades. Only after society changes leads to legal change does the department and the CAF act. The Canadian Armed Forces waits instead of leading. There are many examples, and I'll use one that kind of shows how change can be it shouldn't be chosen. It's almost just necessary. But everybody remember when cannabis was legalized. Well, the Canadian Armed Forces actually had a cannabis policy ready beforehand. It was ready, approved, done, and everything prior to the government saying cannabis was legalized. So the moment it was across the country, well, CAF already had everything ready. That was, if I remember correctly, 2019. Somebody correct me if not, 2019, 2018. Doesn't really matter. The opposite end of that was June 2017 when Bill C-16 was passed. Well, if you can understand somebody who struggled with gender identity and expression their whole life, the moment that Bill C-16 was passed, those rights were enshrined in the Human Rights Act and protected in the Criminal Code. But the Canadian Armed Forces and the Department of National Defense had nothing prepared. Things did not change, and I'm talking real change, didn't even start to be seen until essentially 2022 when the dress regulations changed. That's 5 years of human rights being essentially ignored. It should have been led into. I'll be very quick in the rest of what I have to say here. It's just the departments, doesn't matter with CAF, D&D, the VAC, they need to understand the second and third order effects of implementing culture change. It's not just laws, regulations, and rules. There's also policies, procedures, practices, and behavior. It's unfortunate, and I recognize this. VAC follows the CAF, and it's just that's purely essentially out of mandate and legal reasons. The thing is for all of us, it doesn't matter which department you're in or whether you're in society or you're a client. What it really needs is it needs both the institution, that's the government, writ whole, and everyone in it. They have to believe in change. I mean, they have to believe in change. It's not just change the word. It's changed the act. Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. So we'll turn that over to Tarek to add.
While serving, like I've always remembered, General Hilliard was the general of my time, and I remember him quite well. I always remember him saying diversity is an operational imperative. And, as a young person, I didn't really know what that meant. And as I reflected on it, and going through my social work training, like for me, it means like we should all be at the table making decisions. We should all be there telling our stories. And right now it's not that way. It's the privileged, it's the majority. And, with this forum and with us up here and all of us here, it's my hopes like that changes, right? But we need to stop the privileged and, the majority making decisions for the minorities. I've seen that VAC, CAF, D&D understands diversity and inclusion is important, but I'd like to see us as leaders and influencers for change. Not just talking about it, waiting for it to pass, like many levels of approval and the red tape. And as was just said, that's sort of what's happening now. It's just a system that seems to not want to change. And I think there needs to be a radical change for that to happen. As I knew it at the time, I was the only gay Arab in my reserve unit. And when I joined in 1997, I know that's not uncommon for us as minorities. I was telling my peers yesterday when we were meeting, taught many basic training courses, but in drill, we would say like inside man, step short, outside man, step long. And so I figured, I'm going to try to change that. And I started to get everyone to say inside person, step short, outside person, step long. I look visibly white. I wanted to use my privilege to try to change that. But I got called into the commander's office and told that if I want to change tradition, I should join another military. And it just kind of, sure, I'm a young master corporal, but it just shows that like a person trying to change the system will get scolded and told to leave.
Thank you, Tarek. So we're going to switch the question a little bit now with a different perspective and ask Lynn to start with, do you feel that changes we are seeing and hearing about are having a positive impact on the lives of the most vulnerable, specifically underrepresented and marginalized veterans, and why? Difficult question, I know, for a short period of time.
Well, actually, I'm going to sort of do what Catherine did. I'll pull out a quote, but actually I'm going to turn to Bon Jovi. I love Bon Jovi, but the more things change, the more things stay the same. And I think similarly, like Catherine, I feel like it's window dressing that's been going on. And there's not been a serious look at what's the foundation of these organizations. And I speak both for the CAF and the VAC, because like I said earlier, they're strange bedfellows, but they're well connected. I think unless you look at the fundamental roots of your organization, unless you look at the history, and I'm not just talking about yesterday, you can go back a thousand years, maybe even, it tells you a lot about what your organization is. And if you don't do that, you're going to do a disservice. The culture, the ideology, what underpins the racism, the sexism, the transphobia, etc. If you don't ask those questions and put them together and say, what's going on here, you're not going to start putting your fingers on some of the deep-seated things that really need to be changed, but not changed, recognized. Are you open to digging and looking and then making it visible, not just keeping it for yourself? Recognizing it and making it public. I think that's one of the biggest things. And there are people that do that. They look back and say, I've made an error, I've done this. But I'm not sure as a whole that the Canadian Forces or the VAC has come close to doing that yet. I haven't seen it, so I'm looking for it. I've still got them I still got it in my hopes. We pay them a lot of money with our Canadian taxpayer dollars. So I have high expectations. My father, bless his soul, he's not alive. I'm racist, I'm sexist, I'm all of those. I was born in this country. I was born in this culture. So you cannot deny that. I can't deny it anyway. My father was a little bit more than I am, I'll say that. But the one thing he did, I lived on a farm and we had dairy cows and, we'd go out and he'd bale hay. He had 7 kids and a wife and he had to put the hay up. You only got 7 kids. What do? You don't make the bales the size of a man that only a man will handle. And he did it. I don't know why he did. I never asked him, unfortunately, but he made the bales of hay small enough where his kids could manage them. Now I think, okay, he was running a business. And he saw something and he included them. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to pick up an 80 or 90-pound bale of hay. He made them 30, 40 pounds, depending on the size of the kids that were doing this work for him. So there, lesson for the calf or the back. Dig deep, look far. I've been doing research, like I said, for 30 years and with my partner, Dr. Carmen Poulain. And there's a couple of things that we've noticed, past and present as well. That's happening for marginalized people. When they've had enough, because we do get enough. I had enough and I got out. That's one thing. You get out, you leave, you can't stand it anymore. You're too ill. Or you try and find a safer space within the organization if you can find one. And that's what's happening. That's an indication that there's not safe spaces in the CAF. And there's many of them. And I'm probably in the VAC as well. And I'll just recount this one last story about the VAC. After the 2018 and the LGBT purge settlement happened, I went with a friend of mine to a VAC, I don't know what to call it, clinic, whatever. And thought it would be somewhat okay. I was nervous. I didn't expect a whole lot. But when I walked in, I felt like I don't know what I was walking into, a prison. Or if you're ever back during the Cold War and there was nukes and you couldn't get anywhere, you walked in and it was just like you were trying to get inside something. They were keeping you out. It felt like there was bars on the window, there was glass on the window, but it felt like there was bars and I could see nothing but one person behind there. This was supposed to be a welcoming place that was going to help us with our trauma. You couldn't see anybody circulating. They weren't inviting you in. And it was like, go sit in this empty room and somebody will come to you. And it's like, I felt like running. I didn't, because I was there for a friend of mine to support them. But I just wanted to give a sense of, is that what our Canadian Armed Forces and our VAC is today? How welcoming are you? So scratch deep.
Thank you, Lynn. So we're going to give Joan a few minutes to answer that question, and then we'll wrap up with one really quick question because we're going to be running out of time shortly.
Okay, I'll make my point brief because the others have touched on just about what I was going to say, or I would say, because personally, I don't see the changes haven't impacted me. And I don't, change take a long time. It's very slow in progression. And we as veterans may not benefit from the changes that are being implemented now or being brought forward. But the serving CAF members, by the time they become veterans, they may be able to benefit some of the changes. And I just do, in history, if we look at our history, I'm going to just take this thing, go step back. In 1916, when they stood up the Black Canadian No. 2 Construction Battalion, they fought to become part of the Canadian military because Blacks weren't allowed in the military at that time. So they became part of the military. They stood up the Black Battalion, they served, and at the end of the war in 1919, they disbanded them. And it was in July of 2022 that the Prime Minister of Canada, on behalf of the government of Canada, apologized. And I'll just read what he says. He apologized on behalf of the government of Canada for the systematic anti-racism, anti-Black racism that members of the No. 2 Construction Battalion endured before, during, and long after the First War. So the changes, we're going to see the changes, but it took 100 years for the No. 2 Construction Battalion to get an apology or to be recognized. So, I just leave it at that. It's slowly coming.
Thank you, Joan. So we're going to wrap up with a final question and a quick round for everyone to answer. If there is one message you would like to leave with our audience today, what would it be? And we're going to start with Lynn.
Thank you. The message that I would say is maintain, champion, and better support the Office of Women and the LGBTQI plus veterans. That was a plan.
Didn't pay her anything.
I would suggest maybe adding more of the marginalized group on, like the Black, the Indigenous, and people of color as well. And do not eliminate any of our acronyms, please. Visibility is part of the process of being recognized and made visible. So please do not just turn this into an office that would not have us recognized, because you're just taking your baby steps now.
All right, so I guess we're going to go with Joan, then Catherine and Terry.
Okay, the message I'd like to leave with everyone is, regardless of the struggles that we have had, like I've had lots of barriers and hurdles and hoops to go through as a Black woman, Jamaican, Canadian veteran. There's so much that I've encountered and so many challenges. And I just want to say, we all have a story. It's important to tell our story and to have the story, the end changes from the way it was. Also, because of my experience, I've become more resilient. And as a Jamaican, I just want to leave a quote with you from a famous Jamaican. His name was Marcus Garvey. He was a political activist and also a leader. And the quote that I want to leave with you is, if you have no confidence in yourself, you are twice defeated in the race of life. With confidence, you have won before you have even started.
Thank you.
My point that I would like to leave with everybody is just that veterans and CAF members, being seen as greater than their service. Everybody's service is completely intertwined with their personal lives. They're both conflicting and complementing each other. We need to celebrate the differences, and we actually need to seek out lived experiences.
I get to close it up. I'm going to read here because I think this is a very important question. I think we need to ensure that representation and inclusion is not based on reaction and privilege, as I was saying earlier. By reaction, just to be clear, I mean not waiting for incidences to occur at any level of government or research telling us we need to change or act. I feel we wait for these things and then we react. And it would be great if we took leadership in changing that. Listen to us when we say that we want to be included in our way, not in a traditional system that does not fully represent us. It would be great to see minority groups not have to assimilate to the majority group in my lifetime. It's my hopes in being here today that we continue to move in that direction.
Thank you. I said, I feel like a proud mother, so I'd like everybody to join me in thanking this courageous and group of veterans and sharing all of their personal experience. And I know it hasn't been easy. So thank you. And thank you for your service.
Lynn, we honor and value your honesty. It is these important conversations today that will push change forward. One thing that really stuck with me during that conversation was the quote actually from Catherine, that diversity is a fact and inclusion is a choice. And speaking from personal experience, inclusion is still obviously very much a work in progress. But I'm thankful for all of you for pushing that change and help pave the way, like forums that we're doing today. So thank you for sharing your lived experiences. So now, we'll take a short 10-15 minute break, go grab a coffee outside here and come back and join us around 10:30-ish Ottawa time, 10:30, 10:35, or from wherever you might be joining us. sides. I'm just gonna ask everyone to take a seat. Could I just get everyone to take a seat, please, and we'll get started with our second panel.
I have to practice getting out.
Could I ask everyone to please take a seat so we can get our second panel started? Please feel free to continue eating and drinking your coffee. Don't be rushed. I was thinking the same thing. It's hard trying to be. Come on, everyone. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. When I needed to turn it, it was like, see.
Testing.
I know, I know.
That's me breaking through a rapid.
There's still time.
We have a DJ.
It's true.
I have height delusions. We ready?
I'm ready.
Are we on side? Do we have sides now?
Yes, we have
Okay.
sides, yeah.
Okay, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your break, and I got to meet a couple people that I wanted to just acknowledge. There's 2 Jamaicans in this room. It was very nice to meet you, Joan. Also, our VAC ombudsperson, retired Colonel Niska Jardine. I've only seen you with whipped cream pie on your face on a Halloween call or something. So it was very nice to meet you. Yes, it's very nice to meet you in person. The next part of our agenda is a panel on how VAC is serving underrepresented veterans, how we are working together at different levels of the organization and across the country to develop collaborative partnerships to meet the needs of underrepresented veterans. We have a very special moderator to guide us through this panel. My old boss, former boss, very compassionate leader, compassionate nurse, compassionate human being, who also happens to be the Director General of Field Operations at Veterans Affairs.
She's currently my boss as well. Marty's is responsible for over 1,000 employees across Canada who work directly with veterans and their families. And this work is the heart of the mandate of Veterans Affairs Canada. So we are pleased to have you lead this conversation today.
Thank you, Kristen and Jackie. So as Jackie mentioned, I'm Marie Savoie. I'm the DG of Field Operation, and I answer to the pronoun she, her, and elle. And I'm very pleased to be the moderator for this panel today on partners serving veterans. So before we turn to our panelists, I would like to take a minute to highlight the importance of this discussion we're about to have and the importance of partnership in our provision of services. VAC, the NDCAF, and our healthcare service providers, we're all partners. And we're all committed in supporting the mental and physical health and the well-being of our veterans. VAC, for instance, we are working closely with other federal departments, organizations, community group, private companies in order to meet the needs of our veterans, including the women and the 2SLGBTQI+ veterans, as well as their families, their caregivers, and their survivors. So this session is really a great opportunity to talk about this partnership, to learn from them, to appreciate how much progress we have made and how much they have evolved over time, and also to see how much we can do better. So I'll turn to the panelists now, and I'll ask each of them to introduce themselves, and then we'll start with the first question. We'll start with you, Natasha.
Good day. I'm retired Master Corporal Natasha Dupuis. My pronouns is her, she, L. I'm a peer support coordinator with the OSIS program here in the National Capital Region. The OSIS program is a peer support program for serving members, veterans, and their family living with an OSI.
Good morning. My name is Patty Parkin. I'm a registered nurse, and I live in Victoria, BC, where I was yesterday. I've been working as a field nursing services officer for 15 years at Veterans Affairs. Can everyone hear me? Awesome. Thank you. In the capacity, my title is a field nursing services officer. And so I am one of approximately 60 nurses across the country who are employed by VAC in various offices to serve veterans and to work alongside with the other veteran affairs staff. I have the pronouns she, her, and L. I'm also proud to say that I'm a lesbian, and I also am married to a transgendered woman for 15 years now. And I'm very blessed to have her in my life. However, prior to coming out, I was married to a wonderful man for 16 years. So I have basically, I guess you'd say, been in each camp and have a variety of personal experience that I'm bringing to this work. So I'm very pleased to be here, super excited. And my goal in all of this is to improve what we do and how we do it. Thank you.
That was a great introduction, Patty. Good morning, everybody. My name's Bev Martin. I'm also from Victoria, although I wasn't there yesterday. I'm the area director for British Columbia and the North for Veterans Affairs Field Ops Division, and I've worked for Veterans Affairs since 2004. And I've had the privilege of being able to work in many of our different areas across the country, including Alberta and Ontario. And I spent some time in Charlottetown as well, working with the training team. I'm honored to be here today as well. And like Patty, I think the goal really is to listen and to understand what we need to do to continue to change, to be able to meet the needs of our women and 2SLGBTQI+ veterans. And so I'm really looking forward to our panel discussion as well as the rest of the forum today. Thanks.
Thank you. So we'll start with the question. So the first question is reflecting on your organization, on your experience, or your domain of practice. What are the needs of the veterans? And what do veterans want or expect from their service providers? We'll start with Patty.
And I'll kick it off.
Yes.
It's a really important question. I think it's a really great question. Thank you for the opportunity. But I don't think we actually know what the veterans need at this point. We have some ideas. We have done some work, some ground, some ground baseline work to listen and to understand. But at the end of the day, I don't think we do really know what the veterans need. And I'd like to just encourage anybody to go outside and take a look at the poster, Veterans Affairs. We are doing a research project, community health need assessment, which is for all veteran groups, which will include women and 2S LGBTQI plus veterans and other minority equity deserving veterans as well. So it is a extremely timely and important piece of research so that we can understand what veterans' needs are, how to support their well-being, and to be able to understand that and create programs and services that are in line with what they need. And from there, be able to take our resources and put them in place in the places, the important places, and set our priorities. So I don't think we know what the veterans need at this point. But I will suggest that we know what they might want. So I am here this morning to present some what I call guiding principles. And I believe that veterans expect these particular principles to be the undercurrent of the work that we're about to do. So I want to read off the list. This is a list that I created based on my 2 decades of being part of this community. So if you could just indulge me, I will read my list. So these are the guiding principles. Veterans expect us to excel in offering care, compassion, and respect. They want us to remain open-minded and curious. They want us to acknowledge our own implicit bias and understand how our own bias impacts what we say, what we write, how we behave. Veterans want us to use sensitive language, both orally and written. Veterans want us to create safe spaces of trust and acceptance. Wherever we're meeting them, in the coffee shops, in the intake rooms, at the base, at the offices, in their own homes, wherever we provide veteran care, out in public at commemoration services, they want to know that there's a safe space to be. Veterans want us to ensure their confidentiality and their privacy in everything we do. They want us to understand the intersectionality of clinical need, military influencers, and cultural differences. They want us to not ignore the fact that these equity-seeking veteran minority groups have pronounced health risks as a result of being in those communities, that they experience minority stress as a result of being a part of those communities. So we need to be sure that we're not ignoring that. They want us to aim to reduce inequity. And I've got one more. The list does end. And the last one is, so aim to reduce inequity. And then wait for it, adhere to the improvements that we've made to enhance inclusivity. So that's my answer. We know what they want, but we need to find out what they need. Thanks.
Thank you, Patty. Natasha, you want to go next?
Yes, thank you, Patty. That was very good. So before answering this first question, I would like to tell you a little bit about my background and also self-identify as part Indigenous, French, woman from the 2SLGBTQI plus community, as well as a veteran. So I think it's fair to say that I qualify as a minority, career-wise and in general. As mentioned in my bio, I served 16 years in the combat arms in the late 90s, exactly 8 years after my trade, the Armored Corps, was open to women. My trade title was crewman, homme d'équipage in French. So I'll leave it at that. Opening the combat arms trade to women was a major change, as you can imagine, and it was not one that was welcome or wanted by the chain of command back then. And it did make for a very difficult career. When I say difficult, I can share that I was constantly harassed, bullied. It gets a bit difficult. I was even physically assaulted by a superior while overseas. And I was also assaulted outside base during an exercise where I sustained a lot of injuries. I got a broken jaw, 2 broken teeth, broken ribs. I was not recognizable. I had a major concussion. So further, I rarely felt a part of or that someone had my back. And most of the time, I felt very isolated. The reason I think it's important to mention my lived experience as a queer woman during that transition is for you to understand where I'm coming from and why I might come across a bit passionate about this subject. And I'm not sure if I'm telling you or my boss that's probably listening, because I am a very passionate employee when it comes to inclusion and diversity. I also want to mention that the reason I accepted to come in front of you is to speak about my experience and perspective is because I'm in a place where I feel I can use my experience in a positive way to try to educate and highlight the importance of being diverse and inclusive with the minority groups we serve, such as women, 2SLGBTQI+, Indigenous people, as well as people of color. Now I'll answer the question. From my own experience and from my service provider perspective with the OSIS program, veterans want to be, of course, served with respect, empathy, and dignity. And when it comes to the minority population, my opinion is that the minority population want to have access to services that are adapted to their specific needs. For example, while it's not the usual path, it may be more beneficial for an Indigenous veteran to attend an Indigenous healing camp run by an elder in order for them to heal properly and in respect with their culture. This is an example from one of my Indigenous peers that was refused such a request. And in result, the mainstream treatment had very limited success and the person felt let down and not respected. Another example could be, gotta change this page. Could be women, which number may have gone through similar experience than I did, and may not always feel comfortable in a male predominant group because of past trauma. Maybe not all, but some women may wish they had access to female specific groups where they could feel safe and better understood. OSIS was very helpful early in my recovery, and I have to say that I'm very happy that we are becoming more inclusive in our approach, because in my opinion, this is one of the only missing pieces, but a very important one, to ensure the minority groups have access to adapted services, such as specific support groups where they can feel safe, understood, and which can allow them to have the same chances in succeeding recovery-wise. So to reiterate, I believe that it's more important that the service we offer also suit the minority, and that takes extra effort and innovation. Because the natural thing to do is to develop programs and services that suits the majority, which in this case is the white straight male. And that's the end of my answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Natasha. We'll go to Bev now.
Well, before I add my comments, I just want to thank you, Natasha, for your courage and your honesty in sharing your story. I agree with my two fellow panelists in terms of when we look at what veterans need, we aren't the best people to necessarily determine that. We need to listen, we need to hear, we need to consult, we need to find out what our veterans need from us. And I mean, we do know that they need services and benefits that recognize their diverse needs and their diverse identities. That our VAC services and our partnerships with stakeholders and other organizations must meet the unique needs of our women and 2SLGBTQI plus veterans. And I'm not a big research person, and I know we had some research information at the virtual forum, and I think we have some today as well. But I just wanted to share a couple of things that I think we need to consider when we look at this topic of the services that we need to provide. The census in 2021 shows that 1 in 6 veterans are women. It shows that 1 in 300 people 15 years and older are transgender or non-binary, and that's higher for the veteran population versus the general public. And we also know that veterans who identify as female differ in key factors of well-being versus those who identify as male. And they also don't have the same positive outcomes following release as male veterans do. And most alarmingly for me is that our veterans who identify as female are less likely to self-identify as veterans. And so they're less likely to come forward to seek benefits and services and supports to which they might be entitled to from Veterans Affairs. So I think for us, we need to continue to find ways to remove the barriers and to create easier access to service. And just to touch on something that Natasha said, we also need to look at what's more culturally appropriate in terms of services. And the Indigenous example was a good one because I've had that expressed to me as well, that in the Indigenous culture, some of the ways for treatment are much different than what we would consider in the Western medicine world. And we've had requests for that, for VAC to consider looking at those services and paying for them. And as you say, those are the services that would be successful for people. And that's the service that they're asking for. So I think we need to continue to be flexible and to be open and to listen so that we can do that culture change that, yes, takes a long time. But we need to continue on and take action, as Elder Annie said this morning. Thanks.
Thank you, Bev. And talking about action, that's the next question is what should we do to answer the needs of the veterans that you have identified? And you also mentioned safe space, Patty, in your first answer. And so how are we doing in creating a safe space for the women and 2S LGBTQI plus veterans for accessing services? So I'll start with Bev.
I too am juggling the microphone, the notes, and the reading glasses that I have to remember to take off later so I don't fall off the stage. But anyway, okay. So that's also a great question. And I think, you know, there are some things I can share that have been done within Veterans Affairs. And I think, you know, we can always do better. Certainly our goal is to have a safe space for our women and 2S LGBTQI plus veterans to come, to share their story and to get the services and benefits that they need. I think the best example is the Office of Women and LGBTQ2 plus veterans that stood up in 2019 to advance gender equity, diversity, and inclusion. We use GBA plus analysis, recognizing that our diverse identity factors impact everything that we do. And using the GBA plus lens so that VAT can recognize this diversity and provide respectful service to our veterans. We have positive space ambassadors as well at VAC who offer support and raise awareness about 2SLGBTQI plus initiatives and issues within the workplace. And I think a big thing for us is also educating our staff and trying to increase their awareness. So if you look at something like security awareness training, which has nothing to do with this, I know, but that's based on health and wellness of our employees. And I think what we've done is expanded that to look at what do we need to do that's based on the health and wellness of our veterans. And you can probably never do enough when it comes to training and awareness, but some of the things that we have done to offer our staff to ensure that we're helping them build their understanding of the diverse needs is we did GBA plus awareness training. We've done CF cultural awareness training, Indigenous cultural awareness training, mental health training, sexual trauma training. Those are just some of the initiatives that we've done internally to try to continue to help our staff build those skills and be able to build those positive relationships. The other thing we do a lot of is outreach. That's kind of a cornerstone of field operations. During the pandemic, we did quite a bit of proactive outreach. We reached out to specific groups. Obviously, we had to do that by telephone or virtually to ensure people were okay. We reached out to homeless veterans in the north that were considered more isolated, women veterans, Afghanistan veterans, RCMP members, and Indigenous veterans. And I think outreach is crucial to what we're trying to do because that is our way to connect with our stakeholders, service partners, providers, community organizations, veterans organizations, to help us build that bridge to our veterans and to help get the information out about Veterans Affairs and how we can support. And just lastly, I'll say part of that outreach, we have a strategic plan for field operations for outreach to try to be more coordinated across the country in terms of what we do. And the goal was to be strategic, purposeful, committed, and coordinated to ensure that our partners have the information they need to get the word out and to help us reach our veterans.
Thank you. Patty, do you want to go next?
So, am I on? All right, here we go. So as a field nurse, I am the boots on the ground, and I've had an opportunity to participate in all of those staff training opportunities. And I have to say that it really was a powerful experience. Staff came together and communicated with each other in different ways. We all left from those learning opportunities with a greater understanding of what we need to do, and even just the diversity amongst ourselves in our workplace. So as a recipient of that education, I have to say thank you. So for question 2, what have we done? Well, I'm just going to take it from a place that's near and dear to my heart, which is nursing veterans and their families. So I'm going to bring us right into the intimate spaces where my colleague nurses across the country have opportunities to spend time with veterans. And I want to talk about 2 specific things that we've done so far and a very exciting initiative that's being kicked off within our nursing unit. So within the nursing unit, we have also gone through the GBA plus initiative, and we've done some adaptations to the nursing assessment that the nurses use to understand and get to know the veterans' health needs, their strengths, their risks. So we've changed our pronouns in our assessment. We've also included a section where nurses can ask the veteran about their service time. And the benefit of that is that we actually get to hear from the veteran about their perceptions about the service. And so we can take their service, which is those military influencers, and match that up with some of the clinical needs and the health needs that we hear in the assessment. So we've done our pronoun changes, we've added a service component, and we've also added questions around sexual health. So we've adapted our assessment to be more diverse. We have a long way to go. We talk about, have you done any breast self-examinations in our assessment? And I think we need to change some of our language around that. Maybe talk about the chest instead. So we still have some room to move in terms of making sure our assessment and the information we're gathering is very diverse and informative. The other thing that we do is we have a group of nurses who are out in the community. And these are contract nurses who go out and do the assessments for our veterans. And that information comes back, and field ops and health professional division uses that information to make decisions around benefits and services. So what we have done is we've said to our nursing providers in the community, we've said, we want you to be flexible. We want to give you extra time. If you need to spend more time building a relationship with the veteran versus just coming in the home and asking your questions and getting out. So we give them more time to build that rapport. We know that people sometimes have difficulties trusting and have difficulties building relationships. So we give them more time. We also have said, you know, meet the veteran wherever the veteran wants to be met. So if the veteran doesn't want, I'm talking fast, I apologize for that. Sorry, translators. I'm just so excited about this topic. So if the veteran is not comfortable meeting in their home, then the nurses can do assessments in other areas. Last summer, I had a nurse do an assessment on a park bench. Now, of course, you know, she couldn't do all of the assessment pieces, but gathered quite a lot of information. And by moving the location and creating that safe space, the veteran actually divulged more information than they would have had we had to have it in the home. So the last thing I want to say is that we really encourage veterans to have their family involved. If there's family, friends that they want to be a part of the assessment, and that can include found family as well. So anyone that the veteran feels they want to have there is very welcome. And the final piece that we do is that we actually have the opportunity to say to a veteran, would you like to have a female assessor or a male assessor? So we have that option as well. So those are the sort of the two things we've done with our nursing tool assessment and also with our providers. Now, just a couple more minutes. I want to talk to you about what we're actually doing in the nursing division right now. So we have taken some effort to educate the nurses and provide some information to them so that they can have a broader knowledge base around providing equity nursing care. So we've had a PowerPoint presentation where nurses were informed about minority stress, unconscious bias, the difference between equal and equity, because there is a big difference, and then justice. We also had an opportunity for Q&A. So we had a very informal, intimate fireside chat, and the nurses were able to come together and we talked about things like stereotypes and discrimination. And we talked about, you know, self-reflection and nursing practice and what does that mean in terms of your nursing values and how you work with the 2SLGBTQI plus veterans. And so we've set the foundation for helping our nurses work in a more inclusive way. And March 3rd, I'm happy to announce is that we're going to be the very first meeting of the Nursing Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. So we are standing up a committee of nurses. There's 6 of us. And the goal of that committee is to lead and advance nursing care towards equitable health care outcomes for veterans. So we're starting with the 2SLGBTQ group, but absolutely looking to expand that beyond to other underrepresented veterans groups. So it's very exciting, and you know, who knows what we're going to get up to, but I just want to say it's been a pleasure to be a part of this initiative, and we couldn't have done it without the full support of the nursing leadership that we have. So thank you to them. And thank you to all my nursing colleagues who are going to help us get this work done. Thank you.
Good. Nurses move mountain. Thank you, Patty. And you notice that I'm the timekeeper and Patty doesn't look at me, you know? And I told her, look at me. No.
My next answers will be very short.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
To you, Natasha.
So what do we do at OSIS? Well, presently, OSIS has a more diverse workforce than before that represent all serving members, veterans and their family members, as well as from different backgrounds. We can refer peers having specific needs to each other, utilizing our life experience in that way where needed. For example, out of our approximately 65 peer support coordinators and family peer support coordinators, we have 2 female peer support coordinators, one of which is queer, and a person of color, which is a family peer support coordinator. So if someone wants or need to speak with one of us, it's definitely possible. We have approximately the same number of volunteers, and we also have a few that reflects different minority groups that can also step up if needed. It's not perfect, and while it's difficult to simply find people that fits the requirement of our line of work, because of it being so niche, more effort can always be deployed, of course, towards ensuring a more diverse workforce. Also, in the past few years, I've spent some time as the acting partnership coordinator as part of the functional authority at OSIS, temporarily replacing a coworker. During that time, we discussed the need to offer specific support groups for the minority population, such as the Indigenous, the women, 2SLGBTQI+, the Francophone all over Canada, and people of color. In fact, after quite some thought put into it, and with the help and support of one of my volunteers, which I'm very fortunate to call my friend, Tim Olone, which is also here today in the back of the room, we were able to start Mamawi, which is an online OSIS National Indigenous Support Group for Indigenous serving members, veterans living with an OSI. And I'm very excited to see where this adventure will take us. Tim, miigwech for your support and friendship. So this group is the first of hopefully many more specialized support group, and it is, in my opinion, such an important step in ensuring we become more inclusive as a program. I'm a firm believer in the importance of integration, of the integration part of inclusion, because including a minority group without ensuring that the environment is welcoming to that group and well adapted to address their specific needs can cause more harm than good. Like Elder Annie said, we need to pass from words to action. And for me, inclusion is words and integration is action. By the way, the OSIS program itself is a very innovative program that got a lot of pushback from the health professional community in the early days because of the unconventional support we offer through the lived experience. But I think that long-term, it proved to be very beneficial. To me, that proves that it pays off to think outside the box. Over the years, I spoke a lot about how Soldier On and the Invictus Games helped me in my recovery. In each activity and event I participated in, I've seen the effort in ensuring everyone would feel welcome through diversity. And in my humble opinion, it allowed for everyone to feel safe and welcome. Reflecting about their support through a diversity and inclusion lens, it's obvious that it didn't only help me regain control over my health. It also helped me regain confidence in myself and provided me with a sense of belonging, which was also very beneficial and positive in setting me up for success in my journey as an ambassador.
Thank you. So we have 10 minutes left. That's what I understand. Okay. So we have to go quickly for the last question. So we spoke about needs. We spoke about the services. We spoke about creating a safe space. Now, the logical question is, what are the gaps? And what are we doing to fill the gaps? So very quickly, we'll do one round, turn around again. So we'll start with Patty.
I only have two, so I'll go quick. Well, there's many more gaps, but the two that really came to mind for me are most vulnerable veterans who are in long-term care. And I think that the department needs to look at what's happening in terms of equitable healthcare to our veterans who are in res care. And realizing that we're all getting older and that the current group of women veterans and women are the highest priority or the highest population in long-term care. And also the 2SLGBTQI plus veteran group are aging. And, you know, I often hear horror stories where people have to go back in the closet when they go into mainstream long-term care. So I think that there's some work to do there. The second thing is focusing on intimate partner violence. So the CDC, the World Health Organization, has identified this as a major health concern, a major sociological concern, and it got worse during the pandemic. And a colleague of mine in the Victoria office, the case manager, says she calls it the silent pandemic because intimate partner violence is a real thing. It's physical, psychological, it can be stalking. So I think Veterans Affairs has an opportunity and has a responsibility to look at this particular piece of health risk. Maybe when we're doing the VSA group are doing health screenings, maybe we can add a question in there that says, you know, do you feel comfortable living in your own home? However the language needs to be, but where we can help veterans to start to identify and have a place to speak up if they are experiencing this type of domestic violence. I also would like to suggest that, and this I'm finishing up, that we expand. Okay, so the screening question was my one idea, and the other idea was that we expand the Veterans Emergency Fund. So right now you have to be really poor to be able to get funds. And what I'm suggesting is that we expand that so that if there are people who are experiencing domestic violence, that they can call us and say, you know, I need some money. I need some money for a hotel. I need some money for transportation. I need to be able to get my kids safe. So could we expand on the emergency fund mandate and include that to protect veterans who are experiencing these risks? Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Bev.
Well, I know we're short for time, so I will try to make my comments brief. I think, you know, it's clear there's gaps with our service benefits and treatment modalities, and I think we need to explore other options so that we're able to have all veterans feel supported when they come to us for help, and knowing that their unique and diverse needs can be addressed. We need an increased awareness of what's available out there. And I think I talked a bit about outreach and how we need to continue to do that to be able to share the information. And we need to understand and address the diversity of needs for our women and 2SLGBTQI plus veterans. We need to listen, we need to communicate, we need to collaborate, and we need to take action, where I know we're all quoting Elder Annie, but I just want to share quickly, during the planning of this forum, there was a conversation about the acronym LGBTQ and about how it had changed because there were people who did not see themselves reflected in it. And so other aspects of it were added to honor and recognize the diversity and uniqueness of everybody. So I bring that up because I tie that into our goal at VAC, because I think our goal is that all veterans see themselves in our service benefits and support. And that's the gap, because that's not happening right now. And so we need to find a way to fill that gap so that all veterans feel welcomed, understood, and supported.
Thank you, Bev. Natasha?
In my specific line of work, I believe the biggest gap is the remaining percentage of people holding back and preventing the culture change within the core fabric of our society, as well as within our organization. From my perspective, a closer attention is needed to find where the barriers are, and rigorous strategies to address these problems needs to be put in place to hopefully correct the situation and allow us to keep moving forward. In my opinion, more training on diversity and inclusion needs to be given by experts in their domain and on a recurrent basis to all employees to help everyone learn how to become more inclusive. An example, by speaking about the importance of adapting an inclusive language, learning about our unconscious biases, learning about the different minority groups, struggles, etc. Again, I strongly believe that more effort needs to be put in the integration part of inclusion to ensure the success of any inclusive initiative. And finally, just like the title of our new Indigenous group at OSIS, Mamawi, which means together in Algonquin, I believe that we all need to work together in making sure we provide the best service possible to our veterans and family members, and diversity and inclusion is definitely a very important aspect of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just got to pass a note. We have a question from the chat channel. So the question is, what are VAC future steps or goals to providing culturally appropriate individualized care for veterans from equity deserving groups? Anyone wants to jump in?
I can
Okay.
give it a try. I mean, I don't think it's an easy answer. I think our future plans need to include more collaboration, more consultation, to find out where the gaps are, and to, look at the research. We know that research shows that women and 2SLGBTQI plus veterans experience health situations in a different way, excuse me, and also experience unique health situations. I think we need to rely on research and other things like that to help inform us on what the best ways are to be able to provide support for those.
And maximize our partnerships.
And
Built
yeah,
on-
absolutely.
built on
And
our-
yeah,
built
and
on our
maximize our
current
partnerships,
partnership
because
as well.
we have service providers, stakeholders, community organizations, health professionals in the community, and they're the subject matter experts. So we need to rely on everybody to contribute.
Good. Okay, I think we're good in time. So I want to thank you for accepting to participate in the session, and for your generosity and in sharing your experience. And special thanks to you, Natasha. I think it was very impactful what you shared with us. So, and it's very useful for us providers to hear these stories. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice, Patty, Bev, and Natasha. It was a really wonderful conversation today. Coming from service delivery, we really want to create an environment that people are feeling supported and welcomed. And I think having these conversations and beyond will continue to do that. So again, thank you very, very much.
Okay, now before I introduce the moderator for our next session, Nathan Svensson, the research director with Veterans Affairs, I'd like to introduce the concept of a fireside chat. These conversations, we hope, are a little more informal and conversational. While we don't have a roaring fire, where I'm from, we also don't have slippers. I don't see a charcuterie board, but that's okay. we don't have a roaring fire, but we are hoping that this conversation allows our speakers to delve into topics and share their knowledge with the audience with a little more ease. I'd like to invite Nathan and his panel members to the stage.
We'll have one more joining us in just a moment. I'm Nathan Swenson, Director of Research at Veterans Affairs. My pronouns are he, him, and in French, il. I'll be moderating this discussion. Thank you for joining us. We want to turn our attention to the important work of our community partners. There are many groups, and we have just representatives from a few here today, but many groups creating new and innovative ways to serve and support women and 2SLGBTQI plus veterans. So I'll invite our panelists to briefly introduce themselves and their organization before we get started with the rest of the discussion. So if we can move to Aaron first, go ahead. Just give it a moment.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay? So nice to see everyone. I love this discussion so far. I have gone to so many of these and I have been so bored. But today I have heard some very promising things. And I'm so glad to see so many people here that really care about this community. Just to introduce myself quickly and help you understand why I'm sitting here. I'm the founder of the Women Warriors Healing Garden. We're a not-for-profit that was founded about 7 years ago now. We started with a shovel and a hole in the ground, literally. And it was because I myself am a 10-year veteran of the United States Air Force. And I worked with Canadians in the past, but I became a Canadian citizen because I was injured in combat during the Gulf War. And part of my not understanding what was wrong with me and not getting any help from the military, when I left the military, it was just check my ears and my teeth and kick me out the door, right? So it wasn't until several decades later that I began to understand what was happening and finally got help from the VA. But one of the interesting things about me is that since I'm a Canadian citizen and I live in Canada, I have to deal with VAC and the VA in a process by which it's a treaty by which Canadians living in the United States get healthcare in the United States through the VA, and Americans living in Canada get it through VAC. But we have to send all our paperwork through both organizations. And I'm here to tell you that I finally got some pills paid for. It's been about 3 years. And interestingly enough, I should say I got a letter in the mail that said, used all of my wrong gender pronouns and everything. And then the Canadian form was on top saying, we're very sorry that the Americans used all the wrong pronouns, but I can't do anything about it. I have to cut and paste it. And please don't tell on me and get me in trouble. And I was like, you know, well, that's the way it goes. You can see the difference between the two. And I know some people are going to be upset with what I say, but I am so glad I live in Canada. As a veteran, I feel that this country is beginning to listen to us. But of course, I also know growing up in the other country that people can just stop listening. And they can become evil again if we don't watch how we vote. Anyway, so that is me. I'm a transgender woman, and I had to leave the military because I was fearful for my life. I was physically assaulted while serving in a combat zone by my own forces, okay? And it's not an unusual experience to hear from Canadian veterans, okay? So that's me.
Thank you very much. And we're glad you live in Canada. And we're glad you're here. Thank you. We'll move to Rosemary Park. Go ahead.
We're just introducing ourselves
And our organization.
and our organization. Hello, everyone. I recognize many faces from the video meetings that we've had. This is such a great opportunity, and hopefully we'll get to see so many more people because of this after. My name is Rosemary Park. I'm the face behind Service Women's Salute. We officially created the name in 1992, so we are a bit slow in having a presence that is other than just a quiet idea that is gaining momentum. I'm with that being the founder of Service Women's Salute, I'm also the project manager at the Center for International Defense Policy at Queen's University, which is hosting the Service Women's Salute Portal project. I am a veteran of 20 years and I'm a former military member of 20 years, and I'm a longer veteran of 30 years.
Thank you for that. And Kareth Huber, please.
This is on, okay. My name is Kareth Huber and I represent Rainbow Veterans of Canada. Some of you may have seen me. I don't think I've seen any of you. I'm usually on the other side of the camera. But I've done many, many trainings with Veterans Affairs on the purge. Rainbow Veterans of Canada is an outreach, education, and advocacy group that works with 2SLGBTQI veterans, mostly more right now with purge survivors. I am a purge survivor. I joined in 1975 and 18 months later was unceremoniously dumped at the gates of my base with nothing but the clothes on my back after being beaten, raped, interrogated, imprisoned, as many of our survivors and purge survivors have. We advocate on behalf of our purge survivors with VAC and the Canadian Armed Forces. We feel it's a very important part of what we do. My portfolio is education and outreach. It is my portfolio to teach, inform people about the purge and about the effects of the purge on the survivors that are left. There were thousands, there are not that many left now. I find that history has been erased, like so many of us were erased. I did not become a veteran until after the class action suit. So I'm a new veteran, and I'm not used to calling myself a veteran. Many of our people are not used to calling themselves veterans or being treated with the respect of a veteran from Canadian Armed Forces, and in some cases back. Many times we have gone with people to sit for assessments or have talked on the phone to people who know zero about the purge. And I'm talking back employees. So it's very important to us that we educate, teach, and do outreach and advocacy for everyone within our community.
Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing. And I think just in these first moments, we've seen, and hopefully we've all come to the determination that we should not be using a one-size-fits-all approach when we're serving women and 2S LGBTQI plus veterans or anyone. So that brings me into the first point of our discussion. How have each of you tried to ensure that the work of your organization fits the particular needs of the women and or 2S LGBTQI plus veterans that you serve? And as we discuss, we'll imagine a smoldering fire in the fireplace behind us. Go ahead.
Get myself in order here.
I smile a bit when answering this question about the particular needs of women in 2SLGBTQ plus. I'm going to read from my notes so that I stay in a time frame. I smile because knowing and acting on the unique needs of service women in particular, so I'll stay in that lane for the moment, is the very premise of why Service Women's Salute exists. I'll go back to Elder Annie's comment when she talked about how she lost who she was when she became a nobody and had no identity. That is really what has started Service Women's Salute, is the invisibility of women in the military that is also evident and common in civilian societies. That invisibility in terms of knowing who we are, knowing ourselves, knowing our contribution over the last 138 years. That's a rather sad story to tell, but sometimes you have to start from not knowing. And that is what Service Women's Salute over the past 4 years, hosted by Queen's University very generously, has undertaken to do. We've focused on our efforts of identifying and filling gaps as we see them. Every morning, there will be a gap that we will find. Hi, Jane. Our connection with the RCMP women and veterans and their service and their efforts. Where our focus has been of the last 4 years is the knowing and the honoring. Our larger mission is to know, honor, care, and strengthen. But for the last 4 years, it's been focused on to know and to honor the contribution that we have done. If we talk about then, therefore, the unique needs and how we have endeavored to respond to that, to the needs and the life experiences of service women and women veterans, it has been, we are really acting as a proxy military association. There has not been a military association for service women since World War II. That gap of 75 years means that we do not have a collective representation. We do not have a collective voice. We do not have a collective action to take on these gaps. We require someone else to do this for us. And that has been the media, and it has been the researchers, and it has been governments, VAC and CAF, that have the formal mandate, but may not be able to reach in to find us and to hear us. So that's been our experience for the last 4 years. We have a plethora of projects. We've undertaken 32 projects so far, which are research and primarily research and honoring. We have learned a lot, and how then do we share this with others? It is only through initiatives that are undertaken by the government to support this sharing of information has been one positive step. The other positive step has been the informal sharing of who's trying to make change. And I'll be able to talk about that a little bit more on the second question, but I am going to shamelessly promote something. We have posted on Service Women's Salute Facebook another project that is being funded by Veterans Affairs Canada Commemoration. And we don't know our history. There are large gaps. We are working with cultural institutions who are wonderfully embracing of helping us and helping them fill the knowledge. It's shocking, quite frankly, but we can do this ourselves. We can crowdsource. So this wonderful opportunity is the start of sharing what we have done. Where have we been? And it will lead to our being able to have a map in October that shows where we have been and where we have not been recorded in, for example, our deployment experience. We will find that out. So this is my promo. Please fill out the poll to get us started.
Thank you, Rosemary. Aaron, do you want to take a moment and tell us about the work that your organization is doing?
Yeah, sure. You asked the question, essentially, how do we know how to serve them, right? One of the things that's really important that we know our history, and we also have a pretty good idea of what our demographic is as well. And for the people who come to services for us, generally, they are between 30 and 60 years old. And most often, they served as officers. This has been a source of discouragement for us because it's the officers who can get, they have enough training to know how to get help. So we have very few people who served in the ranks. And if they did, they became officers. Okay, so there is a group of people that we are not able to, we're not seeing coming for help. And I imagine that is the same across many organizations. They don't know how to get help. But we actually do use a fire. We're an organization that is mostly outside. We have fireside chats. We talk to people. We ask them what they need. And their needs are often very similar. Many of the people are housebound, or they'll make a million excuses to be housebound until we demonstrate to them that we care and we want them there. And we'll call them and we'll get them to come, and they get outside, they get fresh air, and they begin to stop thinking obsessively about things, and they begin to ask questions like, what can I plant in the garden in the spring? That's demonstrative that people are feeling like they have a future that might have joy. Okay, how are we going to assist people who feel like they are disempowered? One of the things that we did was we bought a mule that was ready to go to slaughter. He was so beautiful and he was so charismatic. And I knew that it would be very difficult working with this mule because it had been abused. But this mule came into our program and people began to identify with the mule, because a lot of things that people have who have suffered trauma as a minority that they share is a great deal of empathy for others. They felt empathetic for a mule, and they want to help the mule, but they aren't realizing that they're helping themselves in the process, that they want to keep coming back and they want to see how the mule is doing. They want to add different things. So we have an equine therapist, we have an equine trainer who helps them do what they feel they want to do. Okay, their happiness becomes connected with time, with a future that they felt they didn't have. Okay, that's really important. It's not happening inside of a room. It's outside. It rains sometimes. In our lives, it rains sometimes. It floods, gets muddy, and there's poop all over the place. And you got to learn how to walk around it. And there's nothing more grounding than mule poop. Okay? And having served in the military, I know there's a lot of mule poop around. But we give them a shovel.
Thanks for the visuals. You're really taking us there to the concept. Kareth, I'll give you a moment.
So you're asking what we do. Okay, for instance, let's start with an example. We're talking purge survivors. Right at the door for VAC, they're going to look at you and say, I don't trust you. They go right at the door. You have to understand that you're dealing with people who's, as for lack of a better word, someone within our organization said, were at war with their own country. It was our country, our military that abused us and mistreated us in such a way and traumatized us so badly that we cannot trust ourselves, let alone anybody else. But then you want us to come and trust again the people who represent the people who abused us. So we're not going to trust you coming in the door. And I think that that's extremely important to realize when dealing with a purge survivor. And I think it's extremely important to identify from the very beginning, who is a purge survivor? How do they feel? So what we do is we try and advocate on behalf of those going in for VAC. We will go and we will sit in on assessments. We will stand by someone who's trying to get through on the phone and talking to someone on the other end who has never even heard of us, does not know what a purge survivor is. So we try training, and we want to train and we want to educate as many people as we possibly can. So RVC tries to do that as well and advocate on behalf of the people within our community, within the 2SLGBTQI plus community, because our needs are very different. I will say that right up front. And you're exactly right. One size does not fit all, even within our own community. We all have different needs, but the main thing going in at the front door with VAC is we don't trust you. And we're not going to trust you for a very long time. And it would take very, very little for us to take a step back. And I'm only going to use myself as an example right now because I'm an expert on myself, sort of, but not really, because God knows I, for many years, did not know who I was or what I was. I was certainly not a veteran. I was someone that could be used and discarded by my own country, by my own family. That's the other thing you have to realize. We do not, a lot of us have family support, because for me, for example, when I spent 18 months in the military and was then discarded, and my own family looked at me and said, you belong in a hospital, you need to be fixed. And I was put into a hospital and they tried conversion therapy on me, which of course does not work. But where was I? I'm sorry. My brain is a little bit part of the stress of all of this. And Michelle said it was okay to say something like this because I talked to her about it. I suffered from what's called a TIA in December. So my words are a little not great these days, but they're getting better. And that comes out of years and years and years of stress, of hiding and not being who I was and denying exactly what I was. So we advocate on behalf of people like me. I was recently told, as much as just 3 weeks, a month ago, that I had to wrap up my rehab within a certain amount of months because I should be cured. I take offense to this. But that came from a VAC person. That's what the rehab or VIP program wants to do, is for me to wrap up my treatment with folk rehab, because I should be okay and on my way, but it's just not that way at all. One size does not fit all. You cannot dictate to me when I am cured, when I'm not, or how long it takes me to get there.
So that's one of the things that we do. So these are the things that RBC works towards for everybody, not just PERS survivors, but anyone within the 2SLGBTQI community. That's Rainbow Vets.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And you talk about trust. Trust can be a barrier to accessing services at Veterans Affairs or anywhere. And I think for Veterans Affairs, it's an important obligation for us to improve access to programs, to services, to treatment, to appropriate treatments. And I think I would like to hear, drawing on your experience in serving the veterans that you serve, what is the critical change that I need to hear as an official of Veterans Affairs, that we need to hear, that the department can make going forward?
I think education is key. I think everyone within VAC needs to know about the purge. When you talk about purge, needs to know the effects that the purge has had on the people, on those veterans who are new veterans now, who never were before and had to be denied their service their entire life because of shame. Most of us, myself included, since 1976, lived my life in shame. I was not a veteran. I was told when I left the military that I was not good enough to die for my country by my commanding officer, quote unquote, before he literally took everything from me and dumped me at the gate. So you live with this shame. We all do, I think. We all live with the shame through so many years and denied who we are. And I think that that's something that you have to look at and realize when coming face to face with someone who has survived the purge. They are strong people. They are amazing people. They have a unique perspective when it comes to the military and to Canada and to VAC. And I think you need to listen and you need to learn and you need to educate yourself about what the purge is and how it's affected our people.
Thank you. That's great. Same question for our other participants. What would you say is the most critical change that our department can and should make going forward?
Well, I'll draw from that sort of starting point of where are we now and where have we been? And I'll look at the Rainbow Veterans Canada and the LGBTQ, and thank you very much, Michelle, for the swag that has come with attending here. And I use the Rainbow Veterans Canada example and the organizing that has occurred to support this community as a comparison for servicewomen, where we are not there. We are not organized like our counterparts, and we are not organized in other groups who similarly wear the uniform for Canada. And that is a very, very important aspect, I think, for VAC to be able to not see us as individuals, but rather our collective agency and our amazing capabilities that we have. We are not victims. We are not survivors. We are not alone and isolated. We have so much that can be done if the opportunity is created to create this sense of capability larger than just our own individual banging on the door, trying to make change.
Thank you.
So I think that one of the great things that has happened with VAC in building this Women in 2SLGBTQ office is that they began to fund grassroots organizations who actually represent the communities instead of just trying to fix ones that are broken and won't ever be fixed. However, saying that, I do find that it's difficult to communicate with VAC as a nonprofit. I do want to say that when I began working with a female veteran who was the victim of sexual assault, also during a war, in a war zone. And she has never gotten successfully helped by VAC. It's been years and years and years. And I'm going to say right now, she was supposed to be here and she couldn't be here because of course she can't be here. It's just too overwhelming. Please, someone in the audience who can do something, talk to me, because I speak to her at night at 3 a.m. when she talks about how MAID is probably the only solution for her. Okay, please, someone talk to me. I need this person to get help. And that is why I decided to choose to sit up here today, to be able to say that. Because let me say something to you. I've been a lot of different places for veterans. And there's always a miasma in the room of the freak is now taking the stage. Okay. I have been sad and cried and even gotten angry. Some of you in the room have seen me get angry because some white male special force op thinks that he had it bad. Okay. Be your white male special force op. Go do your special force operation and then get the shit beat out of you by your fellow forces because you're a fag. Okay. That's the reality. No one wants to hear that in this room. Excuse me. But I still hear it all the time. And if you come to somewhere in your mind to think that you don't need to create safe spaces for veterans, then please don't, because they will always need to be there. We all deserve them. Regardless of how you were injured, through PTSD, through occupational stress, your backpack, a woman serving with the Canadian Forces backpack, they all have back injuries because they were designed for men. Okay, we know that. So please, all of you in this room are probably here because you want to be. Go out and talk to 10 more people and convince them that they need to listen to. That's what you can do. Okay, but please come and see me and talk to me. I want to help my friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. And I'm grateful that you had the courage to express that plea for help that way, and we can connect during the break. We'll continue. So I'm just looking over here if there are questions from our online audience. Many veterans do not know they are or don't feel like veterans, some because of historical barriers, others due to discrimination. The question is this: how can our community partners help to raise awareness of the needs of veteran identities? And then there's another comment. We have had folks in the chat request specific insights into MST impacts and the experiences of racialized veterans. So if that's something that you're comfortable sharing, this is just an open question if people have thoughts. So I'll repeat the question. How can our community partners help to raise awareness of the needs of veteran identities?
I think that how we do that is by doing outreach, by utilizing the people within our organization. Many purge survivors, some not, have always served and want to continue to serve Canada regardless. If you ask any one of us, would we sign up again? We would say in a heartbeat, even though we have gone through what we have gone through. So outreach, I think, is extremely important. Outreach, education, trying to reach people in remote communities, and having people. There's one person on the last panel who had mentioned about support groups and peer support groups. I did not hear that they had one for the purge survivors. But we would love to, and I'm sure our people would love to get involved with something like that, as just within your projects as well. But I think outreach is extremely important in bringing people in and to inform them. Many of our people did not consider themselves veterans up until the class action suit, myself included. So we understand, and we're there to help. Reach out to RVC, Rainbow Veterans of Canada. We do have a website I will shamelessly plug. And you can join and reach out if you have questions or you need help with something. We're more than happy to help with that. As I'm sure the Purge Fund is also more than happy to help with that kind of thing.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I would, it would be wrong of me to speak about racialized identities, but what I'm going to say is that I had an interesting conversation with a serving woman of color, and we were talking about the change in the regs concerning hair. And it seems among the internet trolls that recruiting will suffer and the forces will dwindle on the vine because people want to have purple and pink hair. Okay, that's the rhetoric. But I was talking with her and she said, you know, what's really interesting is that the regs have allowed me to be myself as a woman of color because I was constantly being attacked for having curly Afro hair. And the hairstyles that I had to have to serve cost me hundreds of dollars a month. And I was constantly getting yelled at. So it isn't just about pink and purple hair. Let's keep that clear. It's much broader than that. So I'll leave that there.
That's great. Thank you. Rose, go ahead.
One of the observations that I've made in my time in the not-for-profit sector that I have spent for the last 30 years has been the invisibility of women and men in civilian communities. We disappear. And it isn't through deliberate avoidance, although there is some stereotyping that is there. They just don't know. So when you ask Nathan, how can community partners be there to help the veteran identity? It is what we're building is structural connections with significant national entities. When we ask and say, why don't you have information about veterans? And they will say, good point. Oh, well, let's get started. So this is a partnership, for example, we have with United Way to put veteran information records into their national 211 database, which all crisis lines use, et cetera, et cetera. So the problem solving of tapping into the existing resources that are out there, which not for ill will, just haven't got veterans, the military, defense and security in their daily lives. And that does include the cultural institutions, which are to represent us in their representation of Canadian history and our life experience. They too have not included women. So we're building those connections that will let them have us in their holdings. This sort of problem solving to create structural change, I think would be my recommendation, because as individuals, as passionate as they are, want to make change, they too get tired. And so it's building in these systems that we're undertaking with the larger entities.
Thank you. And thank you each so much for joining us and giving us a little peek into the work that you're doing, mules and all. You look like you have a comment you want to, go ahead, share another comment.
One of the things as a nonprofit that is incredibly important is that first of all, most nonprofits come into existence and die within the first few years because they're self-funded. And then they can't get fundraising, or they can't get donor dollars. As an organization that assists women and LGBTQ veterans, we have an extremely difficult time getting funding. It's almost as if you've just thrown a poison pill in there, or if they're primarily based on how many people you serve. As we serve a community of minorities, we don't serve large numbers of people. That isn't our goal. Our goal is to serve each individual with quality and care and compassion. And somehow that doesn't always get very well translated. I do want to say that many of the people who have given us money from their foundations, I have seen them change over the years, and I'm very pleased about that. They didn't used to say a lot about women. They're starting to recognize that women need funding for their particular activities. We received financial aid from a True Patriot Love for just art therapy for women and LGBTQ. That is something I never thought we would get any funding for. But we are out there. Please, if you are someone who works with the foundation, please do think about diversity in your fundraising. It will help you and be good for everyone as well. Thank you.
I'm going to add to that. There is no registered charity dedicated to women, serving women and women veterans in Canada. None.
Okay, well, clear points there. No misunderstanding. Well, thank you again for joining us, and we'll keep the fire going through the break for the next groups that follow. Thank you.
Merci à tous. Rosemary, Aaron, Kara, thank you for being here, for your candor and your shameless plugs, and most importantly, your advocacy. We are gonna, now that we have the mule poop analogy in our brains, we're gonna actually break for lunch. And we're gonna come back at 1 o'clock Ottawa time and get set for the afternoon. Thank you.
Also, if anyone misplaced a bracelet, a gold and orange bracelet, I have it in my possession. Anyone? If I could just ask everyone to take a seat, please.
Green means go.
Green means go. Get made fun of for using paper.
I'm gonna make fun of myself when I introduce
Good. He's gonna do it for you also. He was chuckling.
Oh my, yeah, I mean, it is a classic.
Yeah, you're like, do you know what this is? No.
No. We're ready.
Just the tables of people missing. Sarah, is there still a bunch of people in the hallway? Okay. You can. Right. We're gonna go? Okay. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch. We'll try to schedule nap time in here later after eating that heavy pasta. I'm sure no one will be feeling it whatsoever. I already am. Thank you for coming back and rejoining us. We'd like to start this afternoon with a conversation on how Veterans Affairs centers their lived experiences of veterans in a number of areas of our work. We heard a great deal about the implementation of GBA Plus lens in Veterans Affairs, and for some, that conversation can lack specifics. Oof, it's the lunch hitting me. Today, Mitch Freeman, Director General of Policy and Research at Veterans Affairs, is going to help guide the conversation that we hope provides more specifics on what we're doing and what we need to do to make our data, our research, and our storytelling practices more centered around the lived experiences of underrepresented veterans.
I'd like to invite Mitch and his panel members to the stage. For those of you who don't know Mitch, he is a self-professed tech guy. Mitch, I really have to show you the actual duotang I brought with my notes. Does anyone know what this is? It's a duotang.
This is also a duotang.
Yes, so we are embracing difference today, Mitch. And in addition to being a self-professed tech guy, he's VAC famous. He's held lots of jobs across VAC, including information technology, info management, service delivery, and most recently, policy and research. Take it away, Mitch.
Thanks so much, Jackie. Famous for moving around a whole bunch. Maybe I can't hold a job down. Colleagues, it's wonderful to be here this afternoon to talk about really reflecting on what I've heard and what we've all heard on the 9th last Thursday, and again this morning here in Ottawa. It has been a profound morning for me, and I want to thank everyone who's been on the stage or part of the planning of this particular activity, because it has certainly changed perspectives, I think, for everyone. I will be serving as the moderator for this fireside chat on centering underrepresented veterans in data, information, and wisdom. And we have some great speakers here today, and I'll let them introduce themselves to get into any particular details. But we have Kathy Grant, who is a historian who will share great experiences with us here this afternoon. We have Stacy Sillis from D&D, who will also share some insights from that organization. And we have our own Lisa Garland Baird, who is a senior researcher at Veterans Affairs, who will share some insights on what Veterans Affairs is doing in this particular space. We've heard about the importance of disaggregated data and information that highlights the unique needs of unrepresented veterans. We've heard that, I think, pretty loud and clear here this morning. We know the value of qualitative research to offer us more detailed understanding of thoughts, opinions, and experiences. And I think if I took one lesson away from this morning, colleagues, it's that we need to understand the needs. And there was lots of panelists who said that we need to do more work in that regard. And I think that's one of the things we'll talk about here this afternoon. It is critical to communicate the value of lived experiences in this as well. It's not just an academic item. It's really about people. And I think I heard this morning a number of occasions, perhaps we should ask people what they need. Today, we'd like to talk about how these efforts work separately and together to center the experiences of underrepresented veterans. And so before I get into the questions, I will ask each panelist perhaps just to do a quick introduction of themselves. Kathy, could you go first?
Kathy Grant, can you hear me?
Turn the mic. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Once more.
Can you hear me now? Three is a charm. Says number 3 on this mic. Okay, my name is Kathy Grant. Je suis née à Montréal. I don't speak a lot of French, where my daughter does. I am the daughter of a Second World War veteran that volunteered to come to Canada from the island of Barbados. And before he passed away, he said, Kathy, I want you to continue the legacy, or his legacy, of documenting and digitizing the contributions of Canada's Black Canadian soldiers. So that's what I do.
I was like, keep going. I wanted to hear more about it. I'm Stacy Sillins. I am a defense scientist with D&D. I do not work for Veterans Affairs Canada, but as somebody said this morning, a strange bedfellows indeed. I was invited here today because my own background is lived experience research. I started off D&D working on the OSIS program, actually doing research for the OSIS program, and more recently research on the experiences of CAF members and veterans impacted by sexual misconduct. I currently serve as the scientific advisor for the Restorative Engagement Program, which is created as part of the class action lawsuit for sexual misconduct. Thank you for having me. Merci.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. My name's Lisa Garland Baird. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm thinking of all the ways in which everything that people shared this morning could be integrated into our conversation right now, but I think we'll run out of time. So I just want to share a little bit about myself. I am a senior researcher with Veterans Affairs Canada, but I'm obviously more than that. I'm a woman, I'm a mother, I'm a wife, I'm a registered nurse, and so now a nurse researcher in my practice. In hearing about the vulnerabilities this morning, I think it brought back a lot of memories from my practice days when I was a home care palliative care nurse and working with people that were at their most vulnerable. Not necessarily the same experiences, and I'm not making comparisons to those, but it certainly made me think and reflect on how do I incorporate that into my research practice. So hopefully I'll have a chance to talk about that a little bit more.
Thanks so much, panelists. And so perhaps we'll get started with question number one for you, Kathy. Have you seen a shift in the way we recognize, portray, and celebrate the stories of underrepresented veteran groups, specifically in how we approach commemorations and communications?
Yes, I have noticed a positive change. I know that when my dad passed away in 2005, he said to continue the legacy. In 2007, we partnered with Department of National Defense, and we had them recognize the contributions of its Black soldiers at the FMR in Montreal. And when we approached them, they initially wanted to go and have people coming down, like rappelling, tanks come in. I said, no, we want to have children see you recognize our soldiers. So we had a youth choir, we had a children's choir, and we had a Haitian poet come in, and we make sure that we honor them. We even had a female bagpipe player go and pipe them in. And in terms of food, we had, I'm a foodie. I said, I want to have fish cakes. I want to have food of our culture. And that was one of the requirements that we had. So I actually have a book here that features my dad, where we actually chronicled that event. So I'm very proud of that. And the following year in 2008, I wrote the Minister of Defense. His name was Greg Thompson. And I said, Greg, I've noticed that there's not a lot of us on your site. And then he wrote me back and says, I first want to thank the service of your father. And then he put me in contact with Veterans Affairs, and they sent someone to Montreal and Ottawa. And they said, well, can you gather these veterans together? So we got those veteran stories documented, filmed. They are on the Veterans Affairs Canada website, and they are closed captioned. They are transcribed. We use them with schools like every year. People are not aware that it has been in existence since 2011. And there are over 100 individual video clips, which we use with schools. And more recently in 2021, we worked with Veterans Affairs Canada and someone who was a teacher by the name of Scott Moody, who was a lieutenant colonel for the Queen's Own Rifles. And he's also a principal. And we said, let's partner together. And because it is a provincial organization and Veterans Affairs is federal, they were able to apply for a little bit of funding. So we have we have Black Canadian veterans stories, which is like a subset of our Facebook page, because teachers can't use Facebook in their class. So through Veterans Affairs, we're very fortunate to have Black Canadian veterans stories, and we use that with kids. We also have members, like since the year 2000, my dad has arranged for someone to lay a wreath at the War Memorial in Ottawa. So it's been like more than 20 years, and each year we get someone different. So whether it is a cadet, whether they're male, female, whether they are a descendant of a veteran. So once we had the granddaughter of Curly Christian, who lost all 4 of his limbs at the Battle of Vimy Ridge and survived. And she actually lives in Ottawa. I found her on Facebook. And she lay a wreath. And then also Jeremiah Jones, who was also at Vimy. We got his grandson. He was also an Invictus member. So he got to do that as well. So it's continuing the legacy. It's working with Veterans Affairs as opposed to working for them. I think it's important that we work with as opposed to for. We're getting teachers like school board, the York Region District School Board has partnered with us, and they created, in honor of number 2 Construction Battalion, a Google map. So all of where they were living, like they can follow with the Google map. And they have like over, I think over 9,000 or 10,000 people who've actually viewed that that tool. So the opportunities are there. We have seen positive change. Are we where we need to be right now? Not really, but I do see a lot of progress. And I think a lot of it is working with organizations as opposed to working for them.
Thanks, Kathy. And just building on that success that you've had, what would your advice be to Veterans Affairs or to our colleagues at CAF and Department of National Defense on taking that success and building on it to the communities that we're talking about here this morning?
I would say engage, talk to people. I know that Veterans Affairs Canada, as well as D&D, they have Facebook. I post sometimes like just one image or two images and just see what the interaction is. I know that many people know about number 2 Construction Battalion, which was a segregated battalion, but the people don't know that there were hundreds that were able to get in at most of the wars. And what we found through Facebook is we will have regiments that said, let's say it was like the 116th Regiment, we had 2 Black soldiers. We want to profile them. Do you mind profiling them on your website? We want to do it on your page. So it's reaching out and chatting with people, whether they are Black, green, Chinese, or whatever, like work with them, say, how can we get this? Because I think that is the way to go, engagement and listening to people.
Thanks so much. Certainly this morning we heard about the project underway to rebuild some of the history. And I think you have lots of advice and great success to share with us on how to go about doing that. From a research point of view, Elisa, perhaps I'll turn to you next and just ask you, from that perspective, how have you and we, Veterans Affairs, begun to center the voices of women and 2SLGBTQI plus veterans in VAC's qualitative and quantitative research?
That's not a loaded question. or
Simple
anything.
enough.
Yeah.
You've got 5, go.
Yeah. So I would say that, first of all, it's really important that to understand that before voices can be centered, they need to be acknowledged and they need to be heard. So I think that in reflecting on some of the things that people have shared this morning and other conversations I've had with specifically women veterans, women have been a part of service for, I think Rosemary quoted 138 years. And of course, then women in combat, less so than that, but still, 40 years since women came into CAF. And then we're getting up there. I keep forgetting that the 80s is actually 40 years ago. So I think that that's the first thing that we need to do when we're thinking at VAC and in terms of our research. And I think that speaks to the listening and the hearing and then the understanding. And then from there, you can build some research practice. So just to give you some specific examples of where we are beginning and where we've got some toeholds and where we're having some success and obviously needing to build on that. And we need your support to do that is Veterans Affairs Canada has developed a women veteran research plan. From that women veteran research plan, it's been developed in partnership with other women military member researchers and veteran researchers, in that we've taken the input that has come from previous women's forums where it was identified where some gaps were in the research area, talking with other stakeholders and pulling it together under the framework of the well-being framework. So looking at the 7 domains of well-being so that we're looking at holistic approaches to identifying where the gaps are. I think we are from there starting to have some projects that have some potentially, real impact and that we can build on. So an example of that project, one of those projects is we have partnered with and supported McMaster, specifically Margaret McKinnon's lab, in relation to MST, military sexual trauma, and critical conversations. And so that project ran last year, and it was focused on talking with individuals who had lived experience of military sexual trauma and where they were coming together with CAF leadership to have those conversations about not their particular experience, but what did that mean and what were their experiences as a result of that? And how do we start having those really challenging conversations? And, that project is continuing on in terms of building on delivering those sessions and then looking at, what are some of the recommendations that came out of that. So I think that's, a concrete example. And it was centered around, it wasn't specifically focused on women, but our women sample, it was a full woman sample. So I think we can say that we're starting to represent. Another really great example of, and I'm talking qualitative research here, and I'm a qualitative researcher, and I'm a bit of a unicorn at Veterans Affairs because I'm surrounded by brilliant epidemiologists and statisticians. But mixed methods research is really, I think, the way to go. And so building on that, I need to put my glasses on. In terms of looking at other partnerships that we've had in looking at women veterans specifically and their transition to civilian life and looking at that over time. So we've partnered with Maya Eckler at Mount St. Vincent University to take a look at what are some of those very unique experiences that women are talking about. And over time from when they first released from service to 2 years out, and interestingly seeing how those needs change over time and how women who were releasing at a particular point in time didn't necessarily anticipate what some of their needs might be 2 years out. And so then being able to reflect back and say, okay, we need to start thinking about this further downstream. I'm conscious of the time, but I do also want to highlight some other projects that we've got underway. Thank you to Patty Parkin for the very generous plug for the Community Health Needs Assessment, which is a partnership between health professionals and the Research Directorate, in where essentially we are trying to do what it is that people have identified this morning, to ask the questions, to listen, to understand, and then make sense of that using secondary data as well as primary data. And that can build us a bit of a roadmap. So that's a big project underway. And then qualitatively, things are also exploding with the veteran identifier on the 21 census. We are able to understand the demographics of our veteran population in Canada in a way that we have not been able to. And then from there, we're also building on what we understand around veterans' health. And so the Canadian Veteran Health Survey, which results will be out later this year, that was conducted by Statistics Canada, which is a VAC project and actually is the legacy of the Life After Service studies. For the very first time, we're asking veterans about their sexual orientation. So talking about how we can make centering voices. I used to teach nursing as well, and I taught population health. And so the first thing I would always say to my students was, how do you nurse the population? Because it's a difficult concept to try to articulate. And you nurse populations by researching, by developing effective policies that meet specific needs, and then by developing programs that meet those needs. And then the cycle continues. So I'm going to stop there. And I probably could give you a lot more examples, so happy to continue those conversations.
Thanks so much, Lisa. And so there was a lot right there. We're gonna circle back to a couple of those topics. So I'll let you think a bit. But I think I'll circle back on, just giving you the opportunity to speak a bit more about the distinction between the two, the veteran survey and the community survey, and really how the questions relate to the communities that we're talking about here today. And then likewise, this whole concept of the census is pretty huge in our space. And one of the things we heard this morning was, really trying to figure out the needs and asking people. The census now gives us an ability to really connect to other data sources inside of Stats Canada to start teasing out some of this information that prior to was just so difficult to do with any sense of certainty. And so we're going to circle back. You can ponder on those three for just in a moment's notice. And so Stacey, there's a lot from a Veterans Affairs point of view, and now I'll give you the opportunity of how CAF is centering the voices of service members and their lived experience.
Listen, I could talk for a very long time too, but I wrote notes so that I won't do that. D&D CAF has come a long way. So I've been at D&D for almost 10 years now. And I will say that they have come a long way even since I started working there, and they still have a very long way to go. So I'm going to bury the lead and say we'll get to that second part in a second. And we'll start with where they've, what we've progressed on. In terms of research, even our processes are starting to change. So I would say from a climate perspective, there is just a lot more recognition that that underrepresented voices need to be acknowledged, recognized, and centered, which I'm very happy to report is starting to happen. From a process perspective, something simple like our ethics process. Every research study that we do has to go through an ethics process, and our ethics has started to implement something called SAGR guidelines, which is sex and gender equity in research guidelines, first created by the Lancet. And so it's just something simple as every single project that comes through our doors has to demonstrate that they have considered sex and gender in their research in terms of its implications, how is it incorporated into the design, into the data collection, into the analysis, and that has to be demonstrated along with GBA+. Something that is new and developing, which I think is more important, and I'm kind of burying the lead here, but there is a push to have stakeholder engagement even at the ethics phase of our research with members of underrepresented groups to allow them eyes on the projects that are coming through our doors before they happen, so that there is proper reflection and proper critical eyes on those research projects. The question that Mitch sent me was on quantitative and qualitative research. So I'm going to briefly mention that we make strides in quantitative research. I just talked about those SAGR guidelines. We have several surveys that come through our doors in which we now are very thoughtful about the way that we ask questions about sex and gender, as well as other identity questions as well. And I think that that's a good reflection of the acknowledgement of diversity in the CAF, but I would not say that that is how we center voices. I think that that is a very important step. I think you mentioned that we have to recognize diversity first, but to center a voice, I agree that qualitative research is the next step towards that, and not the last step, but the next step towards that. And so D&D CAF has a mandate to work with serving members, but much of our research actually implicates veterans as well. And I think everybody in the room will agree that the kind of, I don't want to use the word silo, but I can't think of another word right now. So the silo that happens between D&D CAF and Veterans Affairs is a false one, right? Everybody who is a veteran was once a serving member, and that the impacts that people suffer or impacts that people have in the CAF D&D follows them through to when they are veterans. Their experiences in the CAF follow them through to when they are veterans. And it's important to acknowledge that. So some of the studies that we do overlap with veterans' experiences. And the ones that come to mind are the OSIS study that we did, examining people's experiences using that program. We did also do a transition study, actually, which is a good example of the siloing that is taking place, because D&D CAF had their own transition and wellness study where we talked to women veterans in transition as well, and discovered that they do have particular needs and particular challenges that they face as they transition out of the military. And then, of course, the work that we've done on experiences of sexual misconduct in the CAF. That study, 1/3 of our sample were veterans at the time. And it was impossible to tease apart their experiences in the CAF and their experiences once they're out of the CAF. And so these are examples where we allow people to sit down and talk in their own words about their own experiences. And that is one step closer to centering those voices. So there is definitely an acknowledgement in the organization that this research is valuable, which I think is fantastic. They recently put me on a stage with 600 people to talk about this research. And I think that that is a demonstration that the organization sees value in it. But we have a long way to go. And so if I can take a minute to talk about gaps, I will be quick. I wrote notes.
Take as much time as
well, don't say that, Mitch.
or
don't say that. But we do have a ways to go. And so I actually had 3 points that I was going to raise. The first is that most of our studies focus on women, but we have a lack of studies that focus on intersectionality. And we have a lack of studies currently in D&D CAF that focus on the 2SLGBTQI plus experiences. And we can talk about, if anyone wants to come up and talk to me later about why I think that is, that will take an extra few minutes. So I will stop. But that is an area that we have some gaps. The second one is that we need more meaningful engagement with people within these communities. And so I talked a little bit about bringing people in to talk to us at the ethics stage of research, but that's certainly not enough. We know if we truly want to center voices, people need to be at the table helping design studies, helping collect the data, and helping decide how the research is going to be translated into action. In research, we call this participatory action research. It hasn't been done in the military. I'm sure many of you can imagine that this is a huge challenge for an organization like the military, but there is an appetite for it, believe it or not. And the restorative engagement program is a good example of that, where everything in that program is focused on meaningful restorative processes, and that includes research and evaluation. So there are some participatory methodologies being developed in D&D CAF, and I am very hopeful that they will be well received, because I think that meaningful engagement is how we will actually center voices. And then the third point that I think we still have a ways to go is we need better synergy across our stakeholders. So that includes D&D CAF and Veterans Affairs. I already talked about that one, but other departments as well. And the other thing is internal and external researchers. We all have resources that we can leverage. We all have strengths that we can leverage, but we do end up working kind of in our own little shops. And so I think if we really want to center voices, we need stakeholders at the table. We need nonprofits at the table. We need external researchers at the table. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Stacey. It certainly highlights the point that, there's not one organization that can solve this particular item that's in front of us. But I do really appreciate the honesty of going through, what CAF is doing, where they are and where they need to be. And I just wonder if maybe that's a point that I'll just toss to all three panelists here this afternoon. This morning, one of the themes that I heard that resonated with me was trust. And so I just wonder if you could each take a moment, and maybe I'll swing back and start with Lisa and then come to Kathy and then Stacey, and just talk about how one builds trust in your particular domains.
Thanks. Again, I would say that coming from a place of humbleness, coming from a place of recognizing that there's still so much to learn, also recognizing that people have been saying these things. Women, 2SLGBTQI plus veterans have been saying these things since there have been women and 2SLGBTQI veterans. So I think there needs to be an acknowledgement of that first, because there's, as Kareth mentioned this morning, they're coming in the door already mistrusting, intentions and whether they're seen as good or not. It seems to be, it's immaterial, because we're working with people who have been traumatized. So I think really, as a researcher, one of our most important jobs is to listen. We are, especially in the qualitative world, you're not necessarily coming up with a hypothesis that you're trying to either prove true or false, but you're really trying to understand what people's lived experiences are and make some meaning of that. And I think what you said, Stacey, about the co-partnership, the coming together and identifying, not just saying, what do you think are the gaps? Okay, hand it over, we'll take it from here. But true partnership at that stage where those research questions are being developed together, where there's a stake in identifying what are the objectives of this research. I think it really starts at that, almost for, I think, our veterans, our women veteran, our 2SLGBTQI veterans to trust us. We have to trust you. And that's a place that in some cases, in large institutions, it's really difficult to hand over that sort of sense of control. But I think that for me, that's a beginning point. That's not a complete answer about how do we gain trust, but I think that that's very much a beginning point, and it's essential in the process, because if you skip over that, then anything that you're going to do after that may end up being, obviously less effective. And then you've got individuals who just feel like they've potentially been tokenized, once again. So I think that as a researcher, that is taking those traditions into account. And I just want to say ditto to everything that Stacy said.
Thanks so much, Lisa. Kathy, in your domain, how does one go about building trust?
I think building trust starts from listening and not prejudging. I know it's an easy thing to say, but not an easy thing to do. I know that this young lady here in green mentioned that there were 2 Jamaicans that were in this audience. And I started thinking, she was assuming that I was Jamaican. So I went up to her and I said, who was the other Jamaican, whatever. And then she's there saying, well, her parentage. So I had made a judgment. I'm wearing Bajan colors, blue and yellow. I can talk Bajan. And I think it comes from listening and not having a bias and not prejudging. I think that is one of the keys for trust, is taking the time to listen and not prejudge. And if you have any questions, ask them. I think it's important to ask questions to clarify. A lot of times assumptions are made and they're not based on facts. You have to keep clarifying and clarifying. And when you watch what people, their interaction and their body language, like observe how they are interacting with you. And you can't really do it over the phone, but ask them, keep asking questions. Are you okay with this? This is my understanding. Do a recap. I think that by doing those types of things, you'll build trust.
Thanks so much, Kathy. Some words of wisdom for our daily jobs. I suspect, how many times have we been asked to do something and we go, I'm not quite sure what they're asking, but I don't really want to ask any clarifying questions because of how it will make me feel, as opposed to delivering on what the question actually was. Stacy, thoughts?
I'm going to speak from a place of personal experience with this. When I was sent out a few years ago to travel all across the country and ask men and women who had been impacted by MST to come sit and talk to me, I was well aware that I was representing an organization that had hurt them, and that in order for this study to work, it required trust. People aren't going to speak about their experiences with someone they don't trust. But trust building also takes time, and I didn't really have the time. So that's my first response is trust takes time, and it's not something that can be forced. But while we are trying to work towards a place of trust, my second point is that it requires honesty. I think in our organizations, both of our organizations, and I think in government in general, and maybe even in universities and all of our organizations, we are so concerned with not failing, right? We are afraid of failing. We are afraid that we will not deliver on something. And I think that sometimes that clouds our ability to speak honestly about things. And that I don't want to say lack of honesty, but that challenge, I think, is a barrier to trust. And so when I went across the country to talk to people, I remember sitting down across from people, telling them where I was coming from, what the study was hoping to achieve. And then I said to and I hope I don't get fired for this if my boss is watching, but I said to every single participant, I don't know what's going to happen with this study. I don't know what they're going to do with it. I don't get to choose. All I can do is promise that whatever you tell me is going to be honestly represented in my findings. And that's all I can promise you. And I feel like a wall would often come down at that point because I was not going to promise anything that was coming from the study. And so moving forward, I think that acknowledging that the things we are trying to achieve are very difficult and that they take a long time and that we will fail. sometimes at them, being able to acknowledge that honestly with one another, I think will help build trust along the way. It's a very difficult thing for our organizations, especially ones that tend to move on, defined mandate periods is very difficult. But my honest opinion, because you asked, is I think we need to redefine what failure means and what learning means and not being afraid of those things.
Thanks so much, Stacy. I thought I was getting the old pull off the stage here. So a couple of questions then that have come in. The Q&A is very interested in hearing more about research. What areas of research, data, and commemoration are you excited about? Who would like to go first?
Well, I would say that the areas of research that I'm the most excited about is the opportunity to have people with lived experience, those people that are knowledge users, as a part of the process. So I know I'm repeating myself, but I think that that really is the key to being able to achieve meaningful results and then be able to identify what do we do with those findings. So oftentimes researchers are, and rightfully so, criticized for doing a study, coming up with findings, and then the final statement is, and further study is required. And so I think that perhaps people lose trust in researchers or research's ability to help solve some of these problems. So the fact that we are in a place at Veterans Affairs Canada where, as a researcher, I am feeling extremely well supported to be embarking and having conversations with people with lived experience, with people that are knowledge users, whether they're my policy colleagues, whether they're people that are working in field operations and looking for tailor-made solutions. I think that possibility of moving that process forward, and then also having those knowledge translation opportunities, which again are being very much appreciated, because it's recognized that if you produce results, that's great, but it needs to be something that is usable and can be pulled into practice immediately, not in 5 years, not in 10 years, because as Stacy mentioned, our cycles are very short and people are looking for results. So yeah, I would say that those are probably the two things that I'm the most excited about.
Lisa often reminds me of the triangle: research, policy, practice, and how that has to flow with a lot of synergy. And so that's something I'm very excited about. Lisa, just before we leave and go to the other panelists, you spoke earlier about the community assessment, the veteran assessment. I wonder your level of excitement on the outcome and the possibilities there.
Extremely excited about that project. And if you haven't had an opportunity to take a look at the posters that are out in the lobby area, please do. So this is a project that is a partnership between Health Professionals Division and the Research Directorate. And I would like to give full credit to our National Nursing Officer, Peggy Fry, who is new to VAC yes, she's over there beside Sid. Yeah. She was new to VAC a year, but came in and said to Sid, point me in the direction of what VAC has that identifies what are the strengths and needs of the veteran population in Canada. And apparently, as the legend is told, this was in an email. Sid picked up the phone and called and said, I'm just going to laugh out loud. So she said, that's why I've hired you. So thankfully, then Sid was able to put Peggy and I into connection, because Sid knows that I'm a very passionate registered nurse and in the place of research where there was a natural connection. And so from there, the dream was born. And we have just been, moving this process along. And we have project status now. We were able to get investment funding. So we have a team of 5 people. And Peggy and I were determined that even if it was going to be off the sides of our desks, no matter how long it was going to take, we were going to do this. So I would say that that's probably the most exciting project. And as a registered nurse, and again, I mentioned that I taught nursing, at this stage of my career, to be involved in a community health needs assessment that spans the entire country, an entire population and subpopulations of which we are really interested in understanding. So women, 2SLGBTQI, Indigenous, racialized, and disabled veterans in particular, it's going to be the highlight of my career. And so working with a team of people, the support that we've gotten from Sid in health professionals, and then from Mitch over in research, it's a match made in heaven. So again, shamelessly plugging that project and recognizing that what we will deliver, we will be making recommendations that this is a process that is not a once and one done, but that it's something that VAC participates in on a cyclical basis to be constantly evaluating what are the strengths and the needs of our veteran population. So thanks, Mitch.
Thanks, Lisa. I think we found some passion there in that particular topic. Kathy, the same question to you. What areas of research data and or commemoration are you excited about?
I'm excited about Library and Archives Canada and them digitizing the records of number 2 Construction Battalion and making it available online so that when students go and learn about the battalion, they can have primary sources. So that is something that is key. I also working with the Government of Canada. So with the Government of Canada, you can work with Library and Archives Canada, you can work with Veterans Affairs, and you can work with Department of National Defense. You can also work with the Crown corporations like the War Museum. We just did a panel last week on the 9th that's going to be made available. Also, there's a new coin honoring number 2 Construction Battalion. It's at the Mint, and we're trying to get, it's $99 for this coin, and there's only 5,500. But I actually met the designer the week before, and I said, you know, we're doing an event in Ottawa. We want you to come to Ottawa. And I guess there was no funding for it. And I said, you know what? I'm going to knock on doors of my friends, say, can you give $10, $20, whatever. So we're able to fund him to come to Ottawa because, you know, with the government, how long it takes with bureaucracy. So within about 2 days, we had him funded to come here. We had him spend time here. And we also introduced him to the Museum of History. So, and what I found out as well, it is the 3rd coin that he has designed for the Mint. So his name is Kwame Delfish. And if you actually have your phones, you can actually Google Kathy Grant and the Mint, because they did a special piece on me today. And when I leave here, I'm going to be going to the Mint and getting another one of those coins. So commemoration. I have my Mint bag here. I have a coin over there. So if you want to pop by my table.
Thanks so much, Kathy. So Stacy, same question. What areas of research, data, and or commemoration are you excited about?
I am excited. So I've been working with the restorative engagement program for the last few years. And for those of you that are not aware, as I said at the beginning, it's part of the class action lawsuit for sexual misconduct. The reason why the restorative engagement program was created was because the class members, and I think this goes for anybody who has had challenges or who has suffered within an organization, when we ask, what would you like to see? Oftentimes the answer is, I just want to make sure that this doesn't happen to anyone else. And so the restorative engagement program was put in place as a way to ask the government, not to ask, to hold the government accountable for culture change within the Canadian Armed Forces. It's tied to this lawsuit, and they put subject matter experts in place to help design it, because it is meant to be more than the usual, we do something, we make a report, it sits on a desk. And so every element of this program is done thoughtfully from a perspective of restorative justice and restorative engagement. And so the research program around it, as I mentioned earlier, is going to be based in participatory action research. This is something that the military has never done before. It's very innovative for a hierarchical organization to pass the reins over to a researcher and let us decide what this research is going to do. But we have support from within the organization to do this. It is brand new. I said earlier, not to be afraid of failure. I have no idea if it's going to work or not, but there is an appetite for it and an appetite to listen. And so this is the research I am most excited about right now.
Thanks so much. You want me to wrap up?
Green means wrap up.
It means go and it means stop all at the same time. I understand. So look, thanks so much, colleagues, for being our panelists today. It's an exciting topic. It's clearly lots of passion amongst all three of you for the work that you have underway and the results and the success that you've delivered upon and what will come into the future. So thank you so much for being part of our event today.
Okay. Thank you, Kathy and Stacy and Lisa. We really appreciate it. A lot of positive. I feel like that was exciting. Thank you. Okay, before I forget, there was a message in the chat to thank our translators and our sign language interpreters. They are working very hard. So thank you very much. So it is 10:02. We don't have refreshments, but we want to encourage you just like for 10 minutes to stretch. The post past I think is hitting. So we want to just encourage you to maybe get up, move around, and we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Yes.
I only get.
Well, I don't know why. So just put the slide with the answer. Very government. I will make it. I will admit the end of Great
You're good to go.
Okay, I think we're ready. I'm very sorry. I got chatting as though I had no job today. So my apologies. Okay, we're just after 2, so we're gonna get started for this afternoon. I would like to introduce Dr. Sid Koshen. She is going to moderate our last fireside chat on health equity and equity deserving groups. So we've got a number of panelists. We've got one panelist who's joining us virtually.
Heard a lot about health equity in the forum so far, so we're expecting this conversation to be really vibrant. So what do we mean by health equity? We mean same level of quality of health, and health inequalities raise serious issues of fairness and equity. Dr. Sid Koshen is, we feel, an excellent moderator for this discussion. Sid is the Director General of Health Professional Services and served with the Canadian Armed Forces Health Services for 30 years. Take it away.
Thank you.
Okay, are we good? We're good. Okay. Well, thank you for setting the expectations so high that everyone is going to leave feeling deflated by by this. But thank you very much. Feel privileged to be here and to stoke the imaginary fire that our panelists this morning didn't have the opportunity to enjoy. So Stefan, can you throw another log on the pretend fire? Thank you. So Sid Koshen, Chief Medical Officer at Veterans Affairs. I'm a 30-year veteran. Je suis francophone. Mes pronoms sont elle et la, she and her. I also identify as cisgender, gay, I'm white, woman, and a doctor. We're going to talk about health equity, and as Kristen said, we heard a lot about diversity and equity today. And my view of health equity is it's not so much about everybody having access to healthcare, but it's having access to the healthcare that you need based on your needs and based on your identity and your diversity. And so we heard a lot of what's being done. I have to say this conversation started in 2019 when we had the first women's forum in Charlottetown. This is a journey. So we heard about good things happening, but there's still a lot left to do. What we're going to hear from this afternoon are some aspects that we haven't covered so far. At Veterans Affairs, we do provide services, but behind the scenes of their services is the business intelligence unit, our folks that develop entitlement guidelines based on the table of disabilities. This is all the stuff that's behind the scenes that we don't see about, but that are critical in developing those services that meet equity needs. Also, who we're going to hear from is Colonel Helen Wright from the forces, because all of our clientele comes to us from our colleagues at the RCMP and also from the Canadian forces. So we can't deal with this in isolation from our colleagues. So we'll hear from their perspective also. Before we continue, I would like to know how many people in this room identify as a veteran, and could you stand up, please, and be recognized? I'll stand up here. Excellent. Thank you. Okay. So I've got my little pad here and my glasses, but I've got nothing written on this pad. So let's so as I said, this is a conversation that started in 2019, and we listened and we heard some things and we have taken certain action from that. And so I'm going to let my panelists here introduce themselves, and then we'll go into the first question. Alors, à toi, Sébastien.
Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. So my name is Sebastian, and it's a real pleasure to be here. The conversations today are these really are striking me for the level of honesty and the level of humility, and it's just a real pleasure to be here. So a little bit about me. My name is Sebastian. I'm currently the coordinator for the modernization of the entitlement eligibility guidelines and the table of disabilities, and I'll talk about that in a second. And I'm a white man, and I identify as he. Et puis je suis principalement francophone, but today I choose to talk in English. So that's me.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Smith. I am a cisgendered woman, and I go by the pronouns of she and her. I did not serve in the military, but I feel like I'm married to the military. My spouse is a still serving member of the CAF. He's been in for 30 years. I've been with him for 18, so that's long enough, I think. Yeah, I first started working at VAC in 2004, and we've made a whole bunch of changes over the years that have been amazing to see. And there's also some things I think we can do differently, and I'll be happy to talk about that when we're finished.
Can you introduce yourself?
So Helen Wright.
Oh, and I get to say you're on mute.
Am I on mute? I am not on mute. Can you hear me now, Sid? How about now?
I jinxed it by saying, hey, there's been no technical difficulties so far. Try again.
How about now?
Ah, success.
Aha, excellent. My name's Helen Wright. I am still serving 32 years now in the military, a doctor, and someone this morning used the term layered for identity factors. So amongst my identity factors, I do identify as a woman, and I'm also married to a wonderful woman who, like so many military spouses and families, has really enabled my career. Part of the reason that I'm here with you today, though, is that I have the privilege of being associated with the military's or the military healthcare's efforts to strengthen our care of women and diverse members.
Thank you. So let's start by asking Sébastien. What is VAC doing today to act on and achieve health equity to ensure that all veterans and military personnel can achieve their full potential for health and well-being? So what are some of the actions that were taken since that forum in 2019?
I wasn't around during that time specifically, but I'm happy to provide some example of more practical example of initiatives that are ongoing right now internally to Veterans Affairs to increase the well-being of underrepresented groups. And we're talking about women, we're talking about members of the 2SLGBTQI plus community, but also many other underrepresented groups. And so the audience has heard today that Veterans Affairs has a lot of program, services, and benefits. And more specifically, when we look at disability benefits, we currently have an initiative of modernization of the tools that are used to render a decision on these disability benefits. And I'll talk about that in a second. But the first point, I think, for us and for me as a member of the coordination of that team was really to acknowledge the diversity and acknowledge that the clients that we have do have multiple identity factors, whether it's the wide spectrum of gender that they can have, whether it's sex, whether it's language, geography, service characteristics, and many others. And the acknowledgement was that those intersect to make them who they are. But I make it sound easy, but it was a bit of a mindset for the team at the very beginning, just because of the nature of how the tools are currently. And so one of the very first thing that we did was a cross jurisdictional review to look at many disability benefits group that currently offer similar type of program services and benefits, whether it's pension, whether it's worker compensation, Five Eyes Nation, provincial entities, as well as federal ones. And so we've realized that our diversity, inclusion, and gender-based analysis plus mindset was quite unique. The reason why it was unique is because we noticed that we were able to put theory into practice. And so our gender-based analysis plus is no longer for us a set of documents that are just there as training or whatever you want. It's much more about a process, a practical, pragmatic process, and I'll define it in a second, which leads to recommendations. And that's why it's so important for us. A couple of these recommendations were that we're currently exploring. To give you an example, it relates to the entitlement eligibility guidelines. And these are policy statements that helps a decision maker in entitling a condition. And so many of these conditions, when we conduct a gender-based analysis plus review, we notice that it's not always equitable for different groups. For example, the condition of coronary artery disease, we notice that women get diagnosed 10 years later than men, on average, 65 and 55 respectively. And so that creates an inequality right there of being not diagnosis or ill diagnosis. And so, we were able to make changes to that. Of course, it doesn't stop at just coronary artery disease. That kind of analysis and that has a gender point and that has a lot of other factors are or will be for all the entitlement eligibility guidelines. Another example is on our medical questionnaires. We use a wide variety of medical questionnaires, and one that's commonly used is the urinary, sexual, and reproductive. And so right now, if you look at this questionnaire, it'll have two columns. You're either male or female. And so the physician needs to do the assessment, has a clinical presentation, and are supposed to fill either one of these columns. But of course, we realize that that doesn't really work for our clients nowadays. And so we're looking at all the ways that we can make improvement to that medical questionnaire, and whether it's to have multiple columns or criteria that are more inclusive of trans women, trans men, cis women. And we think that these changes are going to not only decrease processing time of these disability benefits, but also certainly will address some of the equality gap that we've seen in these underrepresented groups.
Thank you for that. Merci, Sébastien. Jackie, in your area, what can you tell us about what we know and what you have done today?
Thank you. So I work in the can you hear me? Yep. I work in the business intelligence unit at Veterans Affairs in service delivery and program management. And we are responsible for reporting for our service delivery program. So a lot of the services and benefits that our veterans receive. We also are responsible for doing the the VAC National Client Service Survey, which was just posted, as well as any other kind of surveys that we want to get public opinion on how our benefits and services are doing. When I think about equity in healthcare, I think about data. And I think about data, well, it's my work, it's what I get paid for. In thinking about data, I also think about some of the data gaps that we have. And so in general, we know in the world that there are significant inequities in access to healthcare amongst Indigenous people, people of color, immigrants, people living with disabilities, whether it be physical or mental, as well as folks who identify as being 2SLGBTQI+. We know that socioeconomic factors are often tied in to those identity factors and create additional burdens in terms of socioeconomic, like it creates lower income and poorer health and all that sort of thing. So there's this interrelationship amongst those intersectionalities, if you will. And the reason we know all of that is because we have research out there and research is giving us data, and we can look at that data and draw conclusions and maybe encourage public policy and that sort of thing. As I mentioned, our team is responsible for reporting on performance of programs and services and using that GBA plus lens, the gender-based analysis plus lens. And our program areas really want to know how they are doing using that GBA plus lens. And we can understand we can understand some of the GBA plus elements. We can understand impact of age, sex at birth, geographic location. We have some service information. In some programs, we can look at education and income, but there's some really big pieces that are missing, and those would be indigeneity, visible minorities, and of course the 2SLGBTQ community. We don't have that data to do a direct program analysis. We don't have that data to see if folks who are in who have those identities are being equitably or have equitable access to our programs and services. Now, there are other ways of getting to that data. I mean, we have our research division who's doing amazing work with StatsCan. We're hoping to piggyback on them to do some additional analysis using that gender identifier. Of course, the research that Lisa was talking about is going to really provide some awesome insights. But our programs want to know more, and they want to know now, and we're not able to give them that information. So one of the things that we've been exploring, so we've tried to make the case, and I get passionate like many of us in the room, and we must collect this information. We must be able to tell the story of our veterans. We must change our programs to meet those needs. The difficulty is we have privacy legislation that says you can only collect information from veterans or any of our other clients if it's related to making program decisions. Well, we don't need to know if a person has those diverse identities if we don't need that information to make a program decision. puts us in a really bit of a bind because we have this GBA plus framework that says we really should be looking at services from the whole spectrum of identifiers. We have a mandate letter that says that we need to be doing disaggregated data analysis of veterans who are women, LGBTQ+, or now 2SLGBTQI+, Indigenous veterans, and racialized veterans. Well, how do we do that analysis if we can't have the data? And it's interestingly, it's Treasury Board who's telling us we need to report on this, but it's also Treasury Board saying you can't collect it. So they're two different parts of the organization that are, telling us both things. Anyways, so one of the things that I think is really important when we're thinking about the data that we have is we really do need to put some effort into getting that data on the table. So we are right now trying to be creative. We're trying to find a way, in the very least, to allow veterans the ability to report their gender. We're getting that question, like where can I report that I am, somebody asked X. Where can I report that I identify as another gender other than man or woman or male and female? We don't have that capacity to allow them to do that. Where can I report that my preferred name is not my legal name? I don't go by my legal name. I want to report, or you to identify me as my legal name. We can't do that. And so we're trying to be really creative in how we approach this, being very mindful that we are bound by privacy legislation. But we also have to think about it from a humanitarian perspective. We have to think about it from a human rights perspective. We have to really take the approach as we hear every day. We need to take that client-centered approach. And the way that we need to do that is start to recognize individuals for whom they are.
Thank you for that, Jackie. Before I pass it over to my colleague, Helen, I did want to, Sebastien, you mentioned cardiovascular disease and the differences you found there. And Jackie, you're talking about data, and we get data in different ways. Research is a way to get data. And I come from a profession that is patriarchal. I know it's shocking to you, but yes, we went to university and we became smart people, and we know best. You come and tell me what's wrong with you, or you tell me your child is not right, and I tell you, no, I know best. You're just a parent. You spend 24 hours with this human being, but I know better than you. And then you layer over that military, another patriarchal organization. And it led me to reflect on my 30 years in the military. And my first years, I spent the first 11 years wearing a flight suit because I didn't have to think about what to wear in the morning. It was like, just put it on. But Karen McCrimmon here will attest to the fact that, these flight suits were not designed for women. They had a zipper that went up and down, and you could, it was great if you were a man, you could just pull the zipper up from the bottom, and that's great if you're a man, but if you're a woman, and, we had to dislocate both shoulders to shrug out of this flight suit, 7 times a day. Because, you had to drink 8 liters of water every day. So, that and a flight suit, not so good. And then I spent 6 years at our human research lab in Toronto, DRDC Toronto. And I had many duties there. One of those duties was teaching other doctors to be smart. And I remember Karen Brake here approaching me one year and said, we should talk about gender. And as we went through the slide, and was like, yeah, this is a great idea. Let's talk about that. And we had more questions than we had answers back then. There was challenging lots of facts. And we heard this morning about, women and back pain because the backpacks were not, the rucksacks were not designed for women. They were designed for men. And I sat on the research ethics board at the RDC Toronto. And all the proposals, and we used to do weird stuff to people. We would put them in the high altitude chamber and starve them of oxygen. We would put them in cold baths for hours on end, until they stopped shivering. And then we would put them in hot conditions, with the firemen suits on and have them walk on treadmills for hours and hours and hours while we while we would monitor their internal body temperature going up and up and up. And so we would do things like that. So because of that, we excluded women from these studies. Like we had no problems putting men through that. But the concern was with women was, what if they get pregnant? What if we didn't have sensitive enough tests back then to be able to detect it early enough to say, no, we don't want to put you through that if you happen to be pregnant. And of course, we wouldn't trust people to take measures not to be pregnant. That was not something we would do. And then there were the hormones. And so all that, it's a long preamble here, but all that to say that a lot of the data is based on men. I also was in charge of recruiting aircrew, and then recruiting the medical standards for all recruits in the CF. And we would refuse you based on the fact that you're too short for this, you're too tall for that. And I'd get grievances. And then when I started digging into, well, where did this standard come from? Well, it came from a cohort of white men in the 1950s, flying aircrafts that we didn't have anymore. And it was like, who made up these standards and based on what? So a lot of these standards and these practices were all based on old, not very accurate and up-to-date data. And so that's my long preamble, Helen, to say, my last point, cardiovascular disease. Where in 2023, the Heart and Stroke Foundation now has on TV this ad that says, let's stop the research inequity for women. And that's 2023. We've known for years that women and men didn't present in the same way with cardiovascular disease, with infarcts. Yet we're in 2023, and now finally we're saying we need to do some research on women. And and it would be applicable to other groups also. We can't use a homogeneous group of men to dictate the services and the policies and the standards of today. So that's my long preamble, Helen, to throw the ball over to you to say, okay, in the health services today, what has changed and how are we addressing equity issues?
Excellent. Can you hear me? So I too lived many of the things that you just described, but I think I'll start my answer by saying, I think the most important thing that has changed is that we now are recognizing and embracing that what we mistook equal for equitable. And I think many of you will understand what I'm driving at there, but we mistook the idea in healthcare, in CAF healthcare, that because we were meeting Canadian standards, our doctors and other care providers were trained in the Canadian system, that we were meeting the same standards that other Canadians would experience, which we were to some degree. But when you layer in the challenges of a military career, the occupations, the operational demands, and even I'll describe them as administrative demands, which is perhaps not quite true, but with respect to things like frequent postings and courses that take you away from home for long periods of time. Once you put all of that together, the experience of being a CAF, serving in the CAF, whether your career is short or long, is very different than what most Canadians experience. But I really do believe that the main thing that has changed is that we now fully recognize that there are opportunities that we've been missing. And I'm delighted to say that I through some leadership past and present, but people like General Bourgon, who we're going to hear from a bit later, and Major General Bilodeau also, who is currently the Surgeon General. I'm not going to, there are many, many people who have contributed, so I'm not going to mention them all. But through key leadership decisions, we've also now been enabled with resources to start really paying attention to these problems. Now, as we've heard, not only just now at this panel, but in some of the previous panels, these problems are not straightforward to solve. And so it's going to be a long journey. But I am super excited because I feel like we have, one, recognized that their problems are really there. Two, we're actually putting resources, putting money where our mouth is, as it were, to try to look into these things and taking those first steps to really find out. But with that, I'm going to echo what my colleagues just said, that it has to be, or at least in my mind, it has to be evidence-based. That's what the doctor in me would say, evidence-based, but we have to first understand. We have to understand what the real barriers are and where the opportunities that we haven't capitalized on are. And so some of that is classic research that some of you aren't imagining and we've heard described, but some of it also is the partnerships and understanding the lived experiences. And so there's a huge spectrum of information that we now need to grapple with, as I said, to first understand what we're dealing with and how best to enable all our CAF members, and then to decide how to put those plans in action. And as I said, I'm absolutely delighted to be part of the team that is moving forward with this.
Thank you for that. So my next question for my panelists is how at VAC, what are we looking at and seeing about the unique and intersecting needs of equity deserving communities to be able to get to that health equity?
Can you hear me? Okay. So what are we seeing that is really in line with the diversity and health equity? For me, on a personal level, I can speak about. So I'm not a researcher, but I can speak about what we see is beautiful. And let me explain. It's the richness of the complexity of the individual that we have, and how the richness of the complexity of our clients, and how clients are affected by an event, whether it's sexual trauma related to service or harassment or whatever it can be. They're not going to be affected the same depending on their different identities and how they intersect. So that's very important for us to understand. And that's what I'm talking about when I'm saying the richness. And how we capture that? We capture that through the narrative from people with lived experience, which is very powerful and critical and essential. And also, just to amplify what Colonel Wright was saying, we also gathered that through evidence. For us, more specifically for disability benefits at Veterans Affairs, and to make a change to a tool that's utilized for disability benefit, it needs to be evidence-based. And so we had the previous panel, we had Dr. Galen Baird talking about how mixed method is so rich, how we have qualitative as well as quantitative, and how that mixed methodology is absolutely critical and essential to understand diversity and to really enhance as most as possible the health equity for our clients.
So what are we doing? What are we seeing? I think I'm thinking about that question in two different ways. One is we have a group of veterans who are feeling that they have a voice to come forward and start asking the question. As I said, you know, I want to have that place to identify my gender. I want to have the opportunity to share my preferred name. So that's one thing that I think we're going to hear more and more of those voices, and that's going to help move the markers. But I also think that we have some amazing staff at Veterans Affairs who are saying, well, we may be limited by the ability to collect information because of privacy legislation, but we know we need to understand our veterans better and we need to do something about it. So we're going to do a workaround. So in field operations, they're finding a way to record this information. We can't report on it because it's a workaround, but they're finding a way to recognize veterans' needs and that they need to be treated equitably as anybody else. I've had conversations today about, and we heard Patty talk about the assessment form, the nursing assessment form, and how they are beginning to take steps to collect that information because they realize that from a health equity perspective, we need to have the information. So that's something that I see is happening, and we're going to move the marker one way or another.
Thank you. You expect me to read all of this? It might take me a while. But while I read this, I'll pass it over to you, Helen, to say what are you looking at? What are you seeing about intersection? I have to look at my word there. Intersecting needs.
Intersecting needs. You know, it's difficult to answer to give you an encapsulated answer because we're seeing a lot, despite what I think all three of us have just said about the need for more data and more nuanced understanding and understanding, of course, the enormous spectrum of members and veterans that we're trying to help optimize their lifelong health and wellness. We do already know that there are gaps, important gaps out there. And they're everything, again, I'm just trying to, I don't want to get into too much detail, but everything from what we can see in some of our bona fide health conditions, for instance, different rates of illness and injury or rates that differ, say, between males and females, because most of that work was done based on sex, not gender. But through to even just barriers to accessing care that might not be considered medical data, but more experiences and perceived experiences with who feels welcome even coming into our clinics. We heard a story this morning about walking into, it wasn't a health services clinic, I don't think, but walking into a clinic and feeling like it was completely unwelcoming and not a place that one ever wanted to go back into. And so I guess I'm just trying to describe that we know there are problems all through this range of everything from our absolute understanding through to people's experiences and how we enable them. But it's a two-sided coin. We know enough to know that there are lots of places there for us to do better, but we also know that there's a lot more that we need to learn to find out. Not across the board, I suppose, but there's still a lot more to learn so that we can optimize where we're going. So I don't want to oversimplify what often end up being very complex and nuanced situations. And again, I can think of a number of examples in my head, but even just one, like changing our medical record so that we can respectfully and comprehensively identify members, because right now it's binary, male, female, and their service number, that kind of thing. And of course, we know that that's completely inadequate. But once you start putting pen to paper and trying to look at, well, what would be appropriate to meet medical needs, but also for the members themselves being respectful and comprehensive, it's not as easy. Well, I don't think anyone in the room there would imagine that that was easy. And so it's, I guess I would go with that double-edged sword of we know enough to know that we need to learn a lot more.
Well said. Thank you. So we have questions here. So I think part of this was answered, but I'll formulate it again. So what work is going to be done to reimagine or continue to reimagine the VAC benefits application process to remove barriers for equity deserving groups so that they can maintain their dignity and integrity?
Well, I'll take a stab at it. I can't, we haven't got to the place that we're talking about forms and applications. One of the things we recognize, and we've heard it several times today, is that we can't do this on our own. We can't do this in a vacuum. In VAC, we need to make sure that we're all singing from the same song sheet, to use an overused cliche. So we've got several parts of the organization who are looking at improving the amount of information or the kind of information that we are wanting to know from our veterans. I think we may all be taking a different perspective on it. So I think we need to make sure that we come together and we have a united front in how we approach that. Because the last thing that we need to have is perhaps finally having some data and not being able to use it because it's different everywhere we go. So that's one thing. And the other thing, and I'm going to put in a plug here, we need our veterans, our diverse veterans, our Indigenous and veterans of color, our 2SLGBTQI plus veterans weighing in on this. We need their perspective. So I'm just going to throw it out there that there is a usability group, a usability testing group in the department that reaches out to veterans to help them formulate ideas, to review forms, applications, is this asking the right question? Is this meeting your needs? And so I'm going to put an invitation out there. If you are interested in being part of that group, please share your information with the forum website, and they'll get that information to me, and I'll help to coordinate that. We need to have the voice of the people this affects, whether, whatever the question is that we're trying to figure out, whatever the form we're trying to solidify, we need to make sure that we're doing it right, and we're doing it with information from where we need the information from.
Thank you. And even though I'm not a panelist, I'm going to take the privilege that I have a microphone and I'm a moderator, and I make up the rules here as we're going along, and I'm going to answer that question also. So I'm gonna put in a plug also. I told you the profession of medicine is patriarchal, and for centuries, all medical programs were developed by people who thought they knew better. There's a move afoot in healthcare that is called people-partnered care, and it started with patient-centered care, and it's even evolved in the very few years to people-partnered care. And when I try to explain this to health professionals who have said, well, how can a layperson help me develop a medical program? They know nothing about medicine. I go, no, they know nothing about medicine, but they know their body better than you do. And the example I give is that none of us here would give money to an architect and a contractor and say, go build me a house. You want to be sitting next to that contractor, looking at the plans and saying, no, 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 I don't want a kitchen there. I want a kitchen there. And no, it's not going to be 2 stories, it's going to be 1 story. And so, and even after they start building it, you're on site, because how many people have let contractors go and you come and you go, no, no, that's not what I want. And so you're there lockstep with there. So this is what this movement in healthcare is like. You need to sit down with the people you're designing this for and get their input. And this is what we need to do also. We need to listen, but we need to develop with. And I think this is going to be an important evolution, because being veteran-centric is not giving everything to everybody based on their wants. It's sitting down and saying, here's a form I developed. What do you think? No, that wording I don't understand. And so I think that's an important evolution that we need to accomplish also. And I'm seeing people with hooks here in my blind spot here, but I still have the microphone. And I don't see you. And no, that was my point. Am I thanking my panelists at this point? So that concludes our health equity panel. And thank you so much, Helen and Victoria and Jackie and Sébastien. Thank you for your time today and your insights. Merci.
Are we the bouncers?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
We're getting that reputation.
Okay, we're gonna take a short, I feel like I get to announce the breaks. This time I understand there are refreshments. So this is high risk. This is a 3 p.m. caffeine. I wish you good luck. But we're gonna come back here at 3 o'clock and we're gonna be in the home stretch for our day today. So see you at 3.
We're gonna write that. If I can just start asking everyone to head back to their seats, that would be great. Okay. Kristen, pleasure to meet you. I gave the warning, so start coming back. Yep. I don't know, it's just been what I do. I smoke cigarettes. I say, go ahead. I don't want to start like not recording, we're just talking. Get everything memorized? Where'd you do it, Dang?
Okay, it's go time. We're green again. We're green. We're ready to go. Okay. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. We've totally forgotten the green rule. Okay. Okay, welcome back. We are going to get started on our final part of the agenda. So I encourage you to take your seats, keep your coffee, keep with the high risk post 3 o'clock caffeine. We've got a good panel to bring us home this afternoon. Kristen, I think we should get matching jackets, matching security jackets. Okay, Stephen Harris is our Assistant Deputy Minister of Service Delivery. Stephen, do you have your duotang?
Couple of small notes.
Okay. We spoke with that. We're just going to revisit for this final part of the agenda. We're going to revisit the conversation we had with our senior leaders from the first panel we had last week on the 9th. So they're already here. They're ready to go. So I'm going to turn it over to Kristen quickly before we get to Stephen.
Thank you, Jackie. So we're hoping to give you an opportunity to reflect on what we've heard from the forum and where you think these ongoing conversations with underrepresented veterans might lead. If there's time, we'd also like to open the floor to questions that have been put into the virtual Q&A throughout the 2-part event. Over to you, Stephen.
Well, thanks very much. While I don't have a duotang, I do have a dual role. So I'll be part moderator and part panelist today. I do want to note Major General Bourgon was supposed to be here, the Chief Military Personnel. Unfortunately, she was called away at the last moment, but we are quite grateful and quite lucky to have Commodore Dan Bouchard, commander of the Canadian Armed Forces Transition Group, with us as well. Sid, who's been promoted from moderator to panelist. But we may not hand over the microphone. And I'm very pleased to be joined. I'm very pleased to be joined as well by my colleague, Amy Meunier, the Assistant Deputy Minister responsible for Public Affairs and Commemoration at Veterans Affairs Canada as well. And so, as Kristen mentioned, what we want to do here is provide a little bit of a wrap up, a little bit of an opportunity for some senior leaders who've been in the room to provide some feedback about what we've heard and where we sort of go from here. And so with that, I'm actually going to turn it over almost immediately to Amy to say, you know, what have you heard from the forum today? What's your takeaway from the forum today?
We might have to turn the fire down. It's with the nervousness of speaking in front of people, it got really hot suddenly. The previous panelists made it look easy. It was my privilege to be able to join you here in person today. I joined virtually on the 9th. I took in a lot of practical and personal things, but over the day, I reflected on a lot of maybe themes or topics, and everyone in this room has an element of hope for change for the future. Some of us have a lot of hope, and some of us are clinging to a small bit of hope that's left because of the challenges and adversities they've faced. But that's a commonality that we all have in this room, is a sense of hope. Thinking about how best to frame it, and there's an old adage or a common expression, you might not remember all the nuances of an experience, but you will remember how people made you feel. And as I heard a lot of panelists share their lived experiences or spoke with people on the side, it kept hitting me how hard it must be for some individuals to finally bring themselves to reach out for help, to get to the point where they can reach out for help. That first moment, we have to be ready with the right kind of reception, support, and understanding, because that might be the only time someone comes forward for help. And I'm left with that feeling. It's about how we make people feel when they come forward for help. That starts with policies and programs, the environment. I heard some examples of, what it looks like when you enter a place, but it's about human nature, the need to be heard, the need to have experiences acknowledged. It won't always be a yes. Sometimes there are unfavorable decisions. Helping people understand why, what else can be done, what else exists, that's essential. It's about how we make people feel when they come forward. And to recognize that we may only have one last opportunity to get it right. And that's something I take away personally when I go back and talk to my team and others in the department. Think about it in that instance. We might have one chance to help that individual, and we have to use it and be ready to use it well. I love the idea of better synergies with stakeholders. I'm responsible for commemorations and public affairs. Within commemorations, we have this program, Community Partnership Program. We support a lot of small community organizations to recognize, to highlight, to profile, to amplify the stories of veterans from a recognition and a commemorative perspective. I think we can do a lot better after. It's not just about somebody applies, we provide some funds, the community or organization goes off to create something. We should follow up. We should be part of that. We should see the end result of the community coming together to do something to support the members of their community. How can we as a department amplify that? We don't always have to create our own content. We can leverage the content that's being created by all of these communities. Government has a role to play, a leadership role, a very important role. Communities, that's where rubber hits the road. Maybe that's just my own view, and I'm not saying government doesn't play a huge responsibility. Absolutely. But maybe as government, we can go out into communities, out to where people are and be there with them. And I love that notion of synergies. When I think about commemorations and some of the great work that we're doing to profile and tell the stories that were lost or not told, forgotten about, or erased. We've put a lot of emphasis on capturing those stories, and we have to do a lot more in that space. People need to see themselves in history, and we have a responsibility to make sure those stories are captured and told. People need to feel that they're valued, that their service mattered, that it happened. And sometimes that might be us talking about the sadder sides of poor policy decisions or poor human decisions. If we pretend bad things didn't happen and we only tell the nice stories, we're not acknowledging the lived experiences that people had. And so I take that as a challenge when I go back to think about the future and what more we can do. Yep, just going through my list, making sure I capture them all. Maybe I'll just stop there. I'm sure I'm going to say more as time goes by, but thanks.
Merci beaucoup, Amy. Et peut-être, Dan, je peux te poser la même question de la perspective de la Force armée canadienne.
Oui, absolument. Merci beaucoup. Pour commencer, je voulais juste me présenter un petit peu, étant donné que je n'étais pas supposé d'être ici. C'était une édition de dernière minute. I'm the commander of the transition group, which, as some folks have said, veterans are they'll go to VAC for services, and I have the responsibility of creating these veterans now moving forward. From a CAFTG perspective, transition group, we will be soon looking after everybody's release process, transition process for the regular force and the reserve force, and we will be fully implemented by 2024. Before I answer the question, though, avant de répondre à la question, ce que j'aurais voulu faire, puis je vais le faire en anglais parce que la majorité des personnes qui ont parlé en anglais aujourd'hui. But I first want to start by saying thank you. Thank you to everybody who participated today. The organizers, a very important role, the MCs, but the panelists, those that have shared their lived experience. They're tough discussions to have. They're tough discussions to have, and some we can't even have them with our families. And we've heard some aspects of that. We can't even discuss it easily with spouses and partners. And here we are having people sharing their lived experience with us today so we can grow, so we can have a better understanding of what people have gone through. And I'll speak of Master Corporal retired Natasha Dupuis. I think she had to go, but she even spoke that her first journey was with Soldier On, which is people with lived experience also that brings everybody together and their understanding. So programs like OSIS, HOPE, it's extremely important to have that understanding, and the lived experience I feel is tremendous. It's a force multiplier. I've said it before in private, but you can put something on a slide and people will read it quickly. But somebody can tell you their story and that resonates with you, as Amy was saying, it stays with you. Je crois que c'est extrêmement important, puis ça prend beaucoup de courage pour partager vos histoires aujourd'hui, votre histoire. Et puis je vous remercie beaucoup. I thank you all for doing this today. On a personal note, I too graduated from CMR, Canadian Military College, with Catherine and my wife at the time in 1992. My father was military. He was still serving when I joined. Therefore, I've always been in the military in a way. And after speaking with your ombudsperson, she mentioned to me that I will never be truly a civilian. I will be a veteran, and that's part of the vocabulary, the terminology. But everybody who's completed basic training with an honorable discharge, an honorable release, right, is a veteran. All veterans. It's important that we remember that. To go to your questions, key takeaways. It's a journey. It really is. I've learned a lot. I've heard words of loss of identity. Les gens qui perdent leur identité pour qu'une raison que ce soit durant leur parcours avec une transition en devenant un vétéran. C'est très, très, très fort. Il faut se rappeler de cette instance et cette perte d'identité apporte plusieurs challenges, comme on dit, difficultés dans le processus. Puis il faut le reconnaître, puis il faut trouver les façons de la retrouver le plus rapidement possible lorsque ça arrive. Des mots que j'ai entendus, des contextes, to create a safe space. Listen, not only listen, but hear, educate yourself, and increase the accessibility. These are all things that we can do in our own little world, and then moving the institution forward. Trust, creating a safe space, creating that trust level takes time, takes flexibility, takes agility from an organization that is normally not that agile. So we need to create that safe space and finding it at the individual level, and that will leverage it across. And be a conduit with our different partners. So this trust also includes the discussion, les conversations avec nos partenaires dans le domaine. Puis le dernier point que j'aimerais amener, c'est de fermer, disons, la distance entre les anciens combattants et les forces armées canadiennes. Et je dois dire que dans la dernière année, avec l'expérience que j'ai vécue, ça se fait. Il y a beaucoup de discussions en ce moment entre les anciens combattants et les forces armées canadiennes. Il y a toujours du chemin à faire, mais on travaille très proche, de façon très rapprochée. Et puis, j'apprécie beaucoup le support de tout le groupe des anciens combattants qui sont ici aujourd'hui aussi. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Dan. Sid, des réflexions à partager avec nous autres?
Allô, Dada. OK. Merci, Steven. Je voulais dire, je suis un peu déçue parce que je pensais que tu m'avais promu sous-ministre adjoint, mais je vais prendre panéliste. OK. Moi, ce que j'ai retenu aujourd'hui, la première chose qui me revient à l'esprit, c'est une citation au début de la journée, que la diversité, c'est un fait, l'inclusion, c'est un choix. Ça, je l'ai écrit parce que je me suis dit, ça, c'est brillant, ça. Ça, je vais m'en souvenir et je vais m'en servir. La deuxième chose qui m'est venue après avoir écouté là, tous les panels, c'est qu'il y a beaucoup d'initiatives, beaucoup de passion, premièrement. Beaucoup de passion de la part des panélistes. On a entendu de diverses sources. Mais aussi qu'il y a beaucoup d'initiatives qui viennent, des gens sur le terrain. Ça n'a pas besoin de venir de nous autres. On n'a pas besoin d'attendre d'avoir une directive du sous-ministre ou du sous-ministre adjoint. Les gens arrivent avec des idées. Et puis, notre job comme leader, c'est de les encourager, c'est de sauter du chemin, de les laisser faire. On a entendu d'une initiative de Natacha Dupuis avec son groupe Mamawi. Ça, c'est personne qui lui a dit de faire ça. C'est elle qui a eu l'idée. Avec toutes les discussions sur la diversité, sur l'inclusion, elle est arrivée avec cette idée-là, puis elle s'est fait encourager, puis elle s'est fait dire « Go, fais-le ». On a entendu parler de Patty Parkin, puis son initiative. Il n'y a personne qui lui a dit de faire ça, mais elle est arrivée avec cette idée-là, puis on lui a dit « Bonne idée ». Ça rencontre les objectifs du ministère, ça rencontre les objectifs du gouvernement, oui, puis c'est une bonne chose à faire pour nos clients, pour les vétérans. Fais-le. Alors, moi, ça m'a touchée aujourd'hui d'entendre, puis il y a d'autres exemples, mais ça, c'est deux que je me suis rappelé. Alors, je pense que c'est important de continuer d'encourager ça. Puis de ne pas attendre que quelqu'un nous dise, parce qu'on a entendu parler de quelqu'un aujourd'hui qui disait « on est réactionnaire, on est en réaction. Un comité parlementaire fait des recommandations, on met quelque chose en place. L'Ombuds nous dit vous faites pas assez de ci, vous faites pas assez de ça, on le met en place. » Mais on n'a pas besoin d'attendre. On peut être proactif, on peut regarder qu'est-ce qui se passe, prendre des initiatives. Et puis, je pense qu'on a besoin d'encourager ça. Puis tout ce que Amy a dit.
Thank you, Sid. I think it's worth repeating because it's something that struck out to me as well during the session today, is just the absolute advocacy that exists in all corners of our society for this issue. And I would say this, we talked about people in their service to Canada, how some were very much mistreated in their service to Canada. But I would argue that from what we've heard of individuals here today and telling their story, they're still in service to Canada. They're still in service to Canada's veterans, to making our society better. And so I thank all of you for that individual contribution here today and what you do in every day in your own organizations and your own lives, helping friends, helping colleagues, helping veterans. That goes without saying. The second part is there's advocacy that exists everywhere. We have a group of some of the very best researchers in Canada who are here today with us, who are supporting this work and continuing this work. We have some of the best researchers inside the government who are continuing that work and supporting that work. And as Sid noted, a number of individuals in the Veterans Affairs context, similarly in the Canadian Armed Forces context, are doing this work from the inside too. So there's external advocacy organizations, there's internal advocates as well. There's a whole host of grassroots organizations, as you said, Sid, that are involved in this, and it takes all of that. Government can't do it all alone, nor should we. We're not actually well positioned to do a lot of the work that must happen in some of those very, very individual circumstances. We can do a lot of things, and we have resources to do a lot of things, and we need to be committed to doing that, and we are committed to doing it. But we also must make sure that we're using and supporting and leveraging the existing organizations that know the challenges that they face. They're working with individual veterans and helping to solve those issues as well. And so I think that kind of brings us to what the next question is for this panel, which is really, where does VAC, where does the Canadian Armed Forces go in taking action on what we've heard today? So Dan, I might start with you.
It's on, yeah. So I want to start with a quick quote there's a number of initiatives that are ongoing, and you've heard a few already within the Canadian Armed Forces. Wanted to start with a quick quote, and I believe it's attributed to Mr. Biden, but he actually said, "Don't tell me what you value. Show me your business plan, and I'll tell you what you value." And we heard before about the investments in the organization and in moving forward, and with the chief of professional conduct and culture. So that was an ADM level institution that was established in order to get it right. And as we heard, no single person or entity will resolve the evolution of our culture within the Canadian Armed Forces. But at the same time, they will provide the tools, they will provide the training, and they will provide the guardrails et nous assister à arriver au but avec l'évolution de notre culture, qui est extrêmement important. Donc, il y a des investissements qui sont faits à ce niveau-là et puis qui s'est reconnu. Le général Bourgon voulait que je fasse mention aussi qu'on va continuer avec la recherche dans le personnel. On a entendu le docteur Céline aujourd'hui avec plusieurs des initiatives et puis on a des professionnels qui sont dédiés à cet aspect qui est très, très, très important en allant de l'avant. Il faut aussi continuer la collaboration qu'on a avec les différents groupes qui viennent partager leur information. Et puis, il faut s'assurer qu'on prenne action avec les recommandations et les inclure dans le processus de décision. Plus proche maintenant, dans mon groupe, within transition itself, we have quite a few partners that probably know of our military transition engagement and partnerships program, Colonel retired Kevin Cameron, who's essentially developing a tool for us to highlight, to link all the organizations across the 7 domains of well-being when we look at a transition of our members and their families, and making sure that by region and by domains, we have the resources available for our veterans, the veteran community, and our armed forces members in process of transition or prior to transition also. So to have such a tool to be able to facilitate the seeking out of assistance when required. And I had a similar discussion on the sidebars with Catherine on similar issues. So that's one of the initiatives that we're working towards. Part of the process, for those who don't know, before when you did a release, you would see the release clerk, the release administrator, who would basically go through the process with you. It was a informed checklist, and they made sure that you would go through and call all these numbers. Now, we have a transition advisor that's assigned to you and your family as you transition out, and they help you through the process to make sure that across all the 7 domains of well-being that we're looking after, that you have a plan and that it's cogent, and you can move forward with a successful transition, and that all of the services that you will require after, you are lined up for them. C'est extrêmement important de s'assurer que cette transition soit faite de façon adéquate et puis que les gens sont confortables avec la transition pour eux et leur famille. Ça va être tout en ce moment pour les initiatives qu'on a. Merci.
Merci, Dan. Sid, anything, we've heard from a number of folks who work in your area already. Some of the staff that are found in health professionals and Veterans Affairs of initiatives that are already underway. Anything else that you take away from today that you'd like to see put into action?
Je pense qu'on doit continuer la conversation. Je suis très encouragée avec le niveau de conversation qu'on a eu cette année à comparer à 2019. C'est vraiment encourageant et étonnant le progrès qu'on a fait. Comme j'ai dit plus tôt, c'est un cheminement, c'est pas une destination. Et puis, on va continuer à cheminer. Puis ça, je pense que les histoires vécues qui ont été partagées avec nous ça fait une grosse différence. Je pense qu'il y a 8 ans, on n'aurait pas entendu des histoires comme ça. Aujourd'hui, on les entend, on les encourage, on les écoute parce que ça fait partie de notre cheminement, de notre évolution comme ministère dans le développement de nos services, de nos programmes. So I think I'm very, very encouraged by the level of discussion we're having this year as opposed to past years. I think we've evolved a lot. The stories from people with lived experience are very important. When I joined 8 years ago, I don't think we would have heard stories like that. The fact that we're hearing them today, we're taking them into consideration to help us improve the services, I think is very important. And this is a journey. We're not there, but I think we need to continue the discussion, continue to listen, and to work together to make services better for the people that we serve.
Thank you, Sid. Amy, you talked a little bit earlier about some of the initiatives that are already been put in place from a commemorative context and in the area of public affairs, and making sure that we have veterans telling their stories authentically, because that's the best way that they can be possibly communicated. Other things that you would see, kind of trying to put into action based on what you've heard here today?
Yeah, a couple things. Our website, kind of going back again, for people to feel part of the community, they need to see themselves in the words we use, in the imagery we display, in the way we tell stories or share stories. When I first joined the department, we had a wonderful program, Heroes Remembered, and some of you may have seen the clips. It sort of didn't occur to me for a very long time. I was always seeing an older white man from World War I or World War II. And they were wonderful stories. So then I built up an imagery in my mind of what a veteran was. And I've been changing that ever since. And I think building on those stories and sharing more of that, creating space for diversity in places like our website. That's just one example, because that might be, again, going back to that first point of contact, that might be someone 2 o'clock in the morning, not knowing what to do, and they go to the website looking for help. They need to feel that that's a place where they're represented or seen, or a place where they could get help. That also is about our letters, the language we use in our letters, the forms, and we talked about, information we're capturing there. I know the Ombud has heard a fair bit of that this week, if I read the papers correctly. Sebastian, you were speaking earlier about the table of disabilities and the EEGs, and I had the privilege of working in the area of centralized operations division, and that's the space in the department where we have we do process disability benefit applications and many other programs. And the table of disabilities is a fairly significant tool. And thinking about lived stories, or how they may be expressed or passed on through seemingly anecdotal stories. That's how it all came to be. A canary in the coal mine. Why is it taking longer for person A to get through the same decision as person B? We could just chalk it up to be, well, maybe this one had a longer service health record. The individual adjudicating was new, and so it took them a little. There are a whole host of reasons that could have one claim take longer than the other, but we didn't leave it there. We actually started to dig in on that. What started as an anecdote, a few stories from individuals saying how long it was taking to do something. I know Sid and I had a number of conversations about the very tool that we use to make these decisions is primarily built off the male anatomy, yet we were using it to make decisions on individuals who don't have the same anatomy. So I really love that example because it generated in an organic way. And I do apologize to everybody in the room who may have been screaming at the top of their lungs for years that change was required. But it happened, and that's the beginning. And it really opened up our eyes to see, wow, there's so many more opportunities to improve the process, to look at our tools differently. I think about the EEG about sexual dysfunction. You know, in my mind, well, it should be applicable to male and female. Like, why are we only thinking about the male anatomy? The team took it further. Why are we thinking about it in either? Think about it from sexual dysfunction across the whole spectrum. So the way we're approaching this, it's evolving, it's changing, it's getting better, and it's happening because people are sharing their experience directly with us, and more and more, we're all open to hearing it and internalizing it and looking at what we can do. So, you know, Stephen, more of that is going to be important. And just looking at our best practices, that's the other, you know, there are a lot of good things. I've heard a lot of amazing stories today. I'm aware of a number of initiatives in the department. And I forgot who said it earlier, be comfortable to fail. Sometimes in government, we can be risk adverse. Sometimes that's really important. So we're not running off, making more mistakes or taking us down into a real problem, making it worse for people. But sometimes we can be a bit too, let's think this through 100%. Let's make sure we have everything perfectly laid out. Well, time has passed. Things have evolved. Things have changed while we were waiting. And I think some of the best practices we have are when we do move out on initial stages. We're open about our intent. We don't have all the answers, but we want to build something, and we've got to build it together. You build a bit of it, you adjust, you engage. If it works, you keep moving forward, you adjust, you engage. And I think we're doing that more and more. We're more agile about that. We're more open to bringing partners in to develop it, co-develop. We have to do a lot more of that.
Thanks, Amy. There are many, many things that I'd say that we want to take away and put into action as a result of the forum today. I'll just highlight one. Just got a couple minutes left, and there's one other question I definitely want to get to with the panel before we wrap up. We've talked about safe spaces. We've talked about physical spaces not being welcoming spaces. As the individual who's responsible for service delivery across the country, I want to address this. I want to make sure that it's fixed, that we're providing both the safe space from the perception of anybody coming to us, and a safe space and a welcoming space from the point of view of physical spaces as well. I've been to some of our offices. They are not welcoming places. They are not. And we need to change what that looks like. That's true for clinics and other things that exist that help support veterans and respond to veterans' needs. They need to be welcoming spaces, and you need to have a welcome as you come in as a veteran. We've got advocates that come and help support and help to explain to some of our frontline staff, various experiences, lived experiences. I think that's wonderful. I don't want it to be constantly necessary, but I applaud all of the efforts that all of the organizations put into helping and assisting veterans and helping us to be more responsive to the individual needs of veterans. But that needs to happen from both that safe space perspective, and then alternately as well from a physical perspective, physical space perspective for people coming in and seeing it. I really want to make sure that we're working on making that better all the way around. There's actually two questions left, but I think we actually covered one. This one came in from the online Q&A, which was VAC has noted that there are barriers to collecting or asking about identity factors. They're not directly related to service or entitlement. Is VAC addressing the laws, mandates, or acts that might be a barrier to equity? Jacqueline, I think, had a great answer for it earlier when she was part of the previous panel. I don't want to go into that too much, but we recognize the challenge and the issue, and we're very, very much focused on making sure that we can resolve that, using census data, using data that we were able to get from a client survey where we expand some of the inclusivity of the questions being asked and allowing us to use that data going forward. I just wanted to acknowledge that question. The last question that I want to get to before we wrap up this panel that came in again from the online piece is, how does VAC, how does CAF work on ensuring a circumstance of trust, building trust, rebuilding trust, however you would like to put it and frame it? How do we do that? And I want to get the input from the panel here. Dan, I might ask you to go first, actually.
Une des exemples qu'on a utilisés, c'est de donner les outils aux différentes chaînes de commandement, mais de s'assurer aussi que les gens, les superviseurs, puis aient les rencontres avec les individus. J'ai eu l'opportunité d'être le commandant ici à Ottawa pendant 2 ans. Et puis, en réalité, la COVID, dans ce sens, a facilité les discussions parce qu'on pouvait se rencontrer de 5 à 10 personnes à la fois. Et puis, je me présentais toujours comme Dan, l'adjudant-chef Drouin. Et puis, on s'introduisait pour écouter les gens sans les superviseurs. Donc, aller parler aux plus jeunes dans l'organisation, puis d'avoir leur expérience, de savoir qu'est-ce qui se passait. Comme de raison, il faut être aussi conscient qu'ils ne seront pas toujours prêts à partager, mais d'ouvrir la porte par l'entremise des individus qui sont plus, le terme m'échappe, trusted dans l'organisation, pour justement ouvrir les portes aussi, pour s'assurer que les réunions puissent avoir lieu en toute confiance. Et puis, on a entendu parler un peu aujourd'hui, l'humilité, être prêt à savoir ou à accepter qu'on n'est pas parfait, et puis d'être prêt à entendre qu'est-ce qui doit changer, et puis après prendre action une fois qu'on a écouté ce que les gens ont à nous rapporter.
Thank you very much, Dan. Sid?
2 words, people partner and partenariat. In designing partenariat, à développer nos services. Si on n'inclut pas nos vétérans dans le développement de nos programmes, de nos services, ils ne pourront pas avoir confiance en nous. Il faut qu'on les amène dans le cercle qui fasse partie des solutions.
Amy, some thoughts on that?
I guess first I would, we can't assume that we're a trusted source for everyone right out of the gate. That's an assumption that we just simply can't make. Trust is earned. And so to that point, we have to take the time that's needed in each case. And by that, you know, there's a full spectrum of how people want to be served when coming to the department. I've met many veterans who don't want to engage. Online application, boom, 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 move along, good to go. They don't want to interact. No, just personal choice. I've engaged with veterans who, you know, need to talk through a lot of things before getting to what type of help they need. And we as an organization need to figure out how do we manage that? How do we create that environment that allows people to have enough space to support whatever type of service someone needs? And I think when we can do that consistently, and that's not to say we're not doing it. It can be hard to be on the phone with someone 2 to 3 hours every day when you have a number of files, and so it's about balance. But if you want to create trust, you have to be there for someone when they need it, and be willing to put in the time to help them get to the next step, get to the next place, if that's what's needed. So I think we'll build trust by earning it.
Thanks, Amy. And I think just the last comment I might make, which echoes what's come before, is exactly that. There's both an individual trust and a collective trust that exists for veterans with the department and with the Canadian Armed Forces as well. Your individual experience, how are you treated? How do you feel when you come to us, when you're seeking help, when you're willing to put yourself out there to seek help? Do you have a receptive environment? Do you have an environment that treats you with respect? Do you have an environment that keeps to its promises in terms of how we're delivering things? And secondly, on the collective point of view, what are you doing at the grander level to make sure that all of these things are working?